Alright. So, the first thing you want to do before you start 4%, the one thing you have to do for the options is turn HUD lag off. The reason you have to do this is because when you do the light show wall crawl, if HUD lag is on, then you won't be able to see the map. So, I also turned the hint system off and turned display the brightness all the way up. But everything else is just personal preference. Alright, so I'm going to start this file. And this is going to be done using Claris's menu mod, so I'll be able to, if something bad happens, I'll be able to like reload the room and stuff. Okay, so the first thing with most fast routes through 4% is to get seeker missiles. I'm going to be going through the route that I use, which I can't claim is the fastest, but it's pretty fast, and there's just so many different ways you could go through this that I have to pick one, and I'm going to go with the one I use. Okay, so the first thing you have to do is get out of bounds here. The same thing as any percent. There's a gap in the ceiling, like here-ish. I don't really know. I don't usually look up when I do it. So you want to get this facing angle, and then try to jump underneath that spot, and then once you get max height, just go a little bit to the right. Then from here, you want to jump in this direction. And if you do it right, you can kind of feel where the wall is here. There's like an invisible barrier here, and you want to jump on top of it. So that wasn't very good, but I know about where it is, and I'm standing on it now. If you do it right, you'll get on standable ground. And then from here, you want to dash to the right. And if you're really, really new to this game and you don't know how to dash, you just basically... I'm going to hit right, I'm going to hit B very quickly, and then I'm going to hold the R button almost immediately after I start the dash. And so once I start the dash, I'll just be holding L and R to keep my momentum. And then I press B to do a space jump, obviously. From here, you're going to need to do an ether jump. Again, if you're new to wall crawling and stuff, ether jumps. The best way to do ether jumps in this game is to first find where the barrier is between the ether and the room boundary. Once you find that boundary, go right to the edge of it, and I like to just flick very quickly. I like to go very quickly into the room. It's almost like a flicking motion. I'm like flicking the stick to the left, and then hitting B right after I do that. And if you manage to hit B within 3 frames of going into the room, you can jump. And you need to be fast to react whether you've jumped or not, so that if you don't jump, you can go quickly back into the ether. But you need to get max height here. It's usually about 3 full space jumps to get this high. Then you need to walk pretty close to this, but if you walk too close, you'll fall. So it's like that close. I don't know. Just be careful. This boundary is hard for me to figure out, so I just mash, and sometimes I fall to the bottom. It's not really that big of a deal. There's no good visual cue. Most rooms, you can easily figure out where the boundary is, because like the door will be lined up with it. But there's no door here or anything like that to use. But anyway, this is about where the loading trigger is. I think of it as like... Hold on. I think of it, there's like this little piece here, this small line. It's like in the middle of that. So about here. That's my reference. If you tried to shoot this door and load it that way, the game would crash, so you have to hit the load trigger. From here, jump forward and then jump forward and right. You have to go a little bit to the right, but you also have to go pretty far forward to get into the ether here. And then, yeah, just jump to the top of the room. Now, the corner I use is this little edge. You can see that there's a little corner here. It's the last one before there's no corner for a while. That's how I think of it. So you just walk, and right when you're above this, you'll fall. So about here. For the next room, you want to go and jump to make the room appear. You want to transition the room when you jump, and then in that same jump, space jump and go backward. You need to make sure you get enough height to clear the room behind you. You can see that you have to get a decent amount of height to go backwards here. So, now I have to line this up. So I'm going to jump back, and go pretty far back. There's a ledge that you can stand on. I passed it though. Okay. Then scan this guy and dash. I was a little late on the dash, but it still worked. And what's going to happen is the room you were just in unloads, and that's why you stop falling. So I'm pretty far outside of this room in front of me, because I loaded this room. So go over here, use this door as a visual cue for where to either jump. Go about up here and fall onto the tunnel. For this part, you want to line up. You need to make sure that you're lined up with the tunnel. And then just do a bomb jump. If you roll like that, see how I kind of like spun a little bit after I landed? There's no way I'm going to make it through when I unmorph when that happens. You have to have a completely stationary morph ball to have a chance. And as you can see, by that time it worked. That goes for pretty much any time you're trying to get in bounds. If the morph ball starts to spin at all, you're not going to get in bounds. This puzzle is just 1, 1, 3, 1. Going clockwise. Or 1, 1, 3, 2, excuse me. I don't even know how many the last one is because I just keep boosting until it stops. Alright, so now we have Seekers. This is useful for a lot of things. Especially now that we don't do inbounds pirate labs. Because you used to get a beam ammo expansion there, and without the beam ammo expansion for the first part, it's nice to have Seekers. Especially for Chica. Or not Chica. Morvis. Anyway, so now we're going to go out of bounds using the same technique. And I got a first try, of course, because it's not a run. When it doesn't matter, I'm very consistent at various tricks. But during runs, I'm just trash. Alright, same thing as before. You're going to want to shoot this door, because you have to load the room that way. So you're going to have to get close to the door. So make sure you walk far enough to the right here before you walk forward. And then use the door to line yourself up and either jump. So you need to jump to the side of the door and then jump on top of it so that it loads. You can space jump up here, and then you need to open this gate. So I like to just walk over this invisible room and bomb jump to the right like this. Try to get in bounds that way. Sometimes it takes a couple. Well. Alright then. Normally that would be run over, but try to fix this. Okay, so just morph here. There we go. Touch the door. And this is the gate you have to open, because the next time you come back through here, you're going to be coming through in the opposite direction, so the gate needs to be open. Just do a really nice space jump there. It has to be like max height. It's not that hard, but anyway. You don't have to get this E-tank, but I do. You're gonna need about, I'd say you need at least 4 for the later part of this. You either need, I'd say you either need 4 E-tanks, or you need to get cannonball. But that costs a lot of time. The E-tanks, I think, cost much less time. But anyway, for this jump, you need to be pretty high up on this, kind of right next to this rail, like a little bit to the left of it. You have dark suit later, Tom. But you also need the E-tanks because you're going to go through, I don't know what it's called, Ingstorm or something, without light suit. But anyway, for this part, you need to be about this high up, and you need to jump right before you touch this wall. You're going to ghetto jump to about here. And the key to this jump is you need to keep moving along the wall as far as you can before you jump a second time. And you need to get around this root here before you jump a second time. So something like that. You need to land on this ledge here. Once you do that, it's pretty straightforward. You just jump up here. Now, I like to... I didn't go far forward enough, but there's a ledge. If you keep going forward there, there's a ledge you can land on. And if you land on it and hold back left, you'll fall down, and you'll have a jump guaranteed here. But once you can jump, just jump up here. This room will load. And then you have to switch to the previous room. Switch the map to the previous room. And you need to jump kind of near the top of this thing. I'm trying to shoot it, but it's not that easy. This thing. So right about here. And there's a... you can land on kind of a ledge here. And then you can just jump straight toward this and morph. You need to be kind of too far to the right. The way I picture where you need to be is like the very far left part of the morph ball should touch the very far right of the power bomb expansion. But this is all like stuff you do in an any percent run too. So if you're familiar with that, you probably know all this already. You're probably better at this part than me, to be honest. Ink Swarm, that's what it is. Yeah, so for the Ink Swarm later, you need either Cannonball or a bunch of E-Tanks. And a bunch of E-Tanks helps for some wall crawls that are kind of lengthy, where you have Dark Suit, but it's just nice. For that door, I probably should have explained that better. I can go do that really quick. To get back in bounds. To get back in bounds here, you gotta kind of know where you'll start to fall. You want to get about this much height, shoot the door, and then go back into the ether while it loads. Sorry, I didn't explain that whole wall crawl, but hopefully it's pretty obvious. You don't have to do the dash that I did out of bounds. You should hopefully be able to do that. If you can't do that out of bounds section, you'll probably have trouble later on in this run, to say the least. So I like to do a dash here. It's not that important, but you got to line up about here and just dash straight right. I like to get this E-Tank as well. Again, technically optional. You probably only need 4 for the final part, and I get 5. Because 5 makes it really, really easy. Yeah. Okay, so for Sand Digger, this is just a huge pain. I'll go through both ways of doing Sand Digger. So for this part, you want to go about here and unmorph. Turn, hold back right, shoot, fire a missile. So you got to go where I was in the shadows. You got to look at the shadow pattern for a visual aid. Turn toward him. Go back right after you get the lock on and fire a charge shot and then fire a missile immediately, and then go to the right of him so that when he turns, he'll turn to the right. You can kind of be anywhere to the right of him at this point. You just need to make him turn to the right. So he'll turn here, and then I go here, about here, and then you just kind of got to loop around and get him to toss you out of bounds, and that's kind of the trick to the whole thing, to be honest. But I didn't do that successfully. I'll do the backup way first. So the backup way is you go here. go back like that, and then go around him like that. Yeah, I'll do this again. It's something you're gonna have to do twice in the run. And the fastest way to go through this run, you'll do both of these methods. Because the first time you'll do the method where you're coming from above off this bridge. And the second time you basically have to do the backup method because you're shooting him with Annihilator Beam. Uncharged shots. So you just can't destroy the first head in time. So I'll try this again. Go here, turn, back, left, fire, get him to turn around, go here, and loop like that. That might work. Okay. So I showed both. I'll show the other one again later. So for this route that I use, you gotta shoot this door. Don't forget to shoot this door, because you'll be very sad if you do. You don't come back through this way. Okay, so if I had done this the first time, this next room would stay loaded. But if not, you can shoot the door and jump next to it. You can do that anyway. And you need about a space jump worth of height here. There's a lot of permanent flag setting in this run. That's kind of the whole thing. I can make a list of the ones that are easy to miss, though. Drop that in the YouTube description. That save room is one that's definitely easy to miss. But the thing is, the ones that are easy to miss depend on the route you use, depending on like what elevators you use to get where. There's so much variance you could do. My route and Arubi's route are totally different, and they're almost the exact same speed. So I don't even know for sure which one's faster. I just prefer this route. It seems pretty smooth. It utilizes the Agon Torvus elevator a lot. I'm not explaining this wall crawl. But one important point for this wall crawl is when you do what I just did, you shoot this door here. And then you jump onto this door. Do not press the R button while you're doing this, because if you're pressing R when the room loads, the game can crash. I don't know why it's just that room, but for some reason that room, if you're pressing R when it loads, it can crash. So that's just something to watch out for. Now, I did this wrong, and I'm going to... I don't know if this will work that well, to be honest. But normally you just jump down onto the floor here and walk over and get the next room to load around you, but since this is going to load really fast, I'm going to dump the room. I just turn and go backwards. I'm going to dump the room again. And I usually have to hesitate a little bit, but then you got to stand about here. That's fine, you can just space jump forward if you go too far. Okay, you just morph here, roll over, power bomb when it hits you. Powerbomb when Dark Sands hits you. And when I collect Dark Beam, I hold right on the C-stick so I immediately change beams. That's just a subtle speed trick there. Alright. This next part's pretty self-explanatory. Lay a bomb here so the door's open. Just space jump backward and morph, and you can get an instant on morph. And you do a roll shot at the portal. That's just hitting X and A at the same time. I just use my thumb to hit both buttons. It can be a little tricky, but it's not that bad. So this first part is a ghetto jump off this guy. It's not too bad. If you get like stuck on his, I don't know what that is, horn or antler, it might not work. You want to just go off of his like body. I don't know. Low income lead. There, now I'm being less offensive. Financially challenged flip. I don't know. This part, well, that's not how you do it. I don't know, there's not much to say here. This is all the same as any percent. I mean, slope jump's probably the most reasonable alternative. That was a terrible dash. I'm going to do that again. You want to go all the way to the front here and then just dash right and turn, and he hit me, so it ruined it. Okay, I can't try it again. You just dash to the right and turn, and you can usually make it. Just boost here, and, well, you want to unmorph before you hit that ledge. This is all messed up, but it doesn't matter, so. You have to ghetto jump here, slope jump, whatever it's called. Yeah, that's a good one. Do insert trick name here. That's what I'll say from now on. Trick name TBD. You hopefully will get a power bomb here because it makes this next fight easier. But jump onto this guy, dash right. If you miss this dash, you can missile this thing and shoot this. So you should be okay. Now I'm very low on health. Of course, I can always just give myself full health. Okay, you need to get all these keys. Yeah, I'm literally cheating right now. So, if you have a power bomb, I suggest laying one right here, killing both of these guys real fast. Then shoot this, the one by the door, and this one. And for some reason, they just love to hit these things. Especially the one by the door. So you might not even have to interact with them that much. And at this point, I like to start farming for light ammo usually. Because I like to have full light ammo for the Morbus fight. It's also good to have a lot of missiles as well. Try to keep your energy up. There's plenty of these guys you can use to get health. You just need to survive once you get amber. Once you get amber, it'll refill your health. No, I only cheat in video games, not in real life. Unless it's Monopoly. Then I palm cash out of the bank. Although I don't know how much that would actually help you in Monopoly. Because usually what happens is you just land on someone's extra expensive hotel and you just are financially ruined. I think there is a cheater version of Monopoly. So for this, scan it once. You don't get amber right away because there's two versions of the scan overlapping each other. And you can see that there's two of these orbs rotating around it. The first scan, like, makes them offset so you can see them both. And you need to scan the orange one. And that'll get you amber. If your energy gets fully replenished, that means you got it. And I didn't do this right, but you want to hold down right here, and you can instant morph. Let me see if I can... Oh, it's not working now. It works if you just got amber. Okay, there's another E-tank you can get. I don't usually get this one, because it does take a significant amount of time. But I'll get it this time just for fun. Why not? That's the E-tank. You have to go all the way... Where do you go? I don't even remember. You go here. Get this guy out of the way. It's been a while since I've gotten this one. You have to bomb like here. And there you go. But if you don't get that, you can, I'll go back and I'll show this. You can just boost right through this, and if you boost right before you get to this gate, like there, you can break it with the boost. It looks pretty cool. I don't know. So go to this door. It's the door straight ahead of you, near the ground. Near the bottom of the room, I guess. Take these. I like to get this missile here. It's kind of annoying to avoid this elevator. Or cannon, not elevator. But when you fall down, if you hold, like, down right, you can kind of just roll to it. Sometimes, I don't know, just don't hit the cannon. That's all I can really say. I'm pretty sure I don't do this part correctly, but this is what I do. Bomb that to activate everything. Jump up here, slope jump, ghetto jump, etc. Trick name to get here. This is it. This is your speedrun tutorial. And by bombing that last barrier, it immediately ends the puzzle. So that saves like 40 seconds or something. It's a lot of time compared to just doing the puzzle normally. Alright, so first, don't forget to bomb this thing, because you're going to be going through this door after you get Dark Suit. Usually I'll destroy these, because you can kind of wait here while the room loads, and you can get some light beam ammo and some missiles. The loads are going to be totally off because I'm running off of a USB stick. But for this room, as long as you don't enter this area, the fight won't start. The Space Jump Guardian's sitting right here. But as long as you don't enter this energy area, the fight doesn't start. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what the term is anymore. Energy field. So lay a bomb right as you get in the room here. I don't know if that even really saves time, but it looks cool. Safe zone, yeah. As long as you don't enter that safe zone, the fight does not start. So go here with all 3 keys. I switched to light beam. You can also switch at the start of the fight. Anyway, you want to hopefully... that's not going to work. Hopefully get 5 missiles locked down. And then do it again here. And then I use light beam for the next one to kind of grab some drops at the same time, and then missile this one. And then, as long as you've done 3 things with missiles instead of light beam, you should be able to do... I think you can do light beam the rest of the way, but I'm just going to play it safe and miss it. You have to be very careful with your usage of light beam. There's one, the other one's behind me. If you go toward the center like this, obviously you lose health faster, but if you're in the center, you can see where everything is on your radar. That helps you find where they're going to come up from. So go in the center if you are feeling confident you won't die. Yeah, I think you just need to shoot any part of that fight, 3 things with missiles, and then you should have barely enough light beam if you're at full ammo. Now we have Dark Suit. You have to shoot this with Dark Beam because the standable area on top is higher up when it's been shot by Dark Beam for whatever reason, and that gives you just enough height. So be careful in this room, don't boost into the fight here. Don't boost into that save zone. But we're pretty much just going to leave now. You can get some Dark Beam ammo and Light Beam ammo if you want. You need Dark Beam ammo the most for the pirate fight in Torvus. So if you can stock up on Dark Beam, that'll be helpful. Okay. So this should already be open because you bombed that bomb slot. Open this up. This needs to be open for later. Grab the missile. Excuse me. All these missiles are nice to have for Chica later on in the run. Yeah, I probably have the virus. Don't worry, it's a wet cough. That means I'm fine. Okay, I'm gonna actually save here because, as you probably know, I'm cheating. Okay, and let's just reload because I think the elevator came back. This is just in case I mess up the pirate fight part. But go to the right here, or go to the left, excuse me, and then turn toward this. And there's 2 ways you can do this bomb jump. You can either go over here and then kind of jump backwards toward this rail, or you can start from here and jump forward at the rail. I prefer jumping forward, although this is kind of dumb. I haven't practiced this in a while. Oh, I actually made it that time, but I didn't think I did. So, that's great. Okay, so you have to just be like against this rail. There's a small ledge. But from here, just jump. As long as you get enough height, you can jump over here. And there's some standable area that goes pretty far out to the side. And you need to go all the way up to this invisible barrier, then jump back down under that floor, and then jump onto this door. That part's kind of annoying, but if you've done any percent, you'll know how to do that, hopefully. Okay, so to get these guys to show up, you shoot this door. I do this a little differently from most people, but I just kind of walk generally around here, shoot this door, switch to dark beam, look into this corner here, and right when he jumps, I fire to get this guy. Then I kind of back up by going back right, aim a little bit to the left of this guy and fire, and then aim here and fire. And that was a little bit off, but it worked. You have to get the timing right too, in addition to knowing where to shoot. So I'm lucky I got it, to be honest. I'm not usually that good. Especially that last shot, that was pretty bad. But if you miss either of those flying pirates, it's not a big deal. You can just struggle and shoot them. But it's not a huge problem. You just lose time. From here, just shoot this door. If you switch to scan visor immediately after using a super missile, and then tap A, you can shoot much sooner. But anyway, getting Emerald here is pretty much the same thing you do for Amber. Again, if you see the fully replenished thing here, that means you got it. Okay, so important thing to do here is to shoot these super missile doors in this room. But I like to get the E-tank first, because it's a pretty fast one. Normally I'd have 3 E-tanks here. But super missile this door, then super missile the next door, and also get this barrier to go away. That barrier, though, if you forget about it, it's fine, because you're going to go through it while you still have the translator. And don't morph. Just scan this. So this next room, you don't have to do the puzzle, and like in some routes you don't, so that you can use the cannon at the bottom. But my route does do the puzzle at the cost of having to wall crawl a little farther later in the run. But it gains the fact that you don't have to go through the you don't have to go through the dark world after power bombs to get out. Just jump out. So for this jump, I'll explain it after this. Because after you get the first one, you want to shoot this save room. This one's not strictly required because you can go inbounds using the elevator room instead. And it might be a little bit faster. It's probably about the same speed. But I like to use the save room, so if you use the save room to get inbounds later in the run, when you don't have missiles anymore, you want to shoot that barrier. But for this jump, you have to hit B and R at the same time to go fast like this. And you want to jump at about this angle, and you want to jump pretty close to the front. And then the trick is to do the space jump at the right time. And not hit your head. It's basically just jump once you're below that thing that you hit your head on, but I don't know, you just gotta practice the timing, I suppose. it's pretty much the last possible moment you can space jump is when you space jump. It's not that precise, but you do have to get a feel for it. And at this point, you just go to gravity. Okay. Hey, GMAC. Okay. So for this part, you have to do a BSJ. So it's just a single bomb BSJ, and you got to get onto that platform. If you try it a couple times and you know how to BSJ, it's not that bad. A BSJ, the inputs I use, I have my index finger on B and my middle finger on X, so that I can quickly hit X and then B. You have to hit B a little bit after you hit X. If you hit them at the same time, it won't work. I don't know. There are other tutorials that explain it probably better than I do. So for this, for that boost, you would release B and R to do that boost, but I don't know. So for this first boost, you just release B, a little delayed. Release B here. Hold up left and release B and R for that one. So for this boost, wait a sec, hit and release B, and I didn't get it, but that's okay. Release B for this one, just bomb jump here. There's only a couple you release both B and R for. If you do this boost here, I think you release B and R. That's about it. Generally, if you're crossing over other spider ball track, you have to release both B and R, because otherwise you'll hit the first track that you cross. And that was just absolutely terrible. Anyway, we've got power bombs now, and you need to get this specific upgrade because getting it makes one of the Agon Sky Temple keys actually exist. At this point, you're going to want to check how much light beam and dark beam ammo you have, so that you get an idea of how much to farm in this next part. Since I have such low dark beam ammo, I always do a charged light beam shot first, but I'm going to do a couple extra shots here. And then a couple of dark beam shots, and that was enough. Although I'm one missile short. Hopefully that doesn't bite me later on. I like to get this missile expansion here. And now we're basically just going to Chica. We also have to open up a gate near one of the portals. And that is merely for convenience. But also you can get this missile tank on the way. And this is a nice amount of missiles to have for Chica, because you have to fight Chica Adult normally, since you don't have Cannonball at this point. I didn't get it. If you start out going left on that half pipe, meaning toward the side you dismount on, it's a little easier because you can do 3 boosts, but it can be done with 2. And 2 is obviously faster. So just jump on this pipe and then jump up. Open this gate. The only reason you open this gate is because after you go through here, having the gate open just makes it a lot faster. But it's just to get this one key. So just boost to it, and that's pretty much it. I like to wait for the camera to change in that tunnel before I boost, because otherwise you can run the risk of not making it across. So just keep that in mind. And yeah, just power bomb these doors. You should have full power bombs. And I'm gonna get the beam ammo expansion here. Waste a missile, of course. Or B ammo. Yeah, one of the two. And you can stand on that water because you don't have light suit yet. Alright, this guy is just terrible and I hate him. I like to wait a little bit here to kind of bait him a little bit. But then you jump on top of this and hopefully jump up here. It's a tough jump. You need like as much distance as you can get. And if he hits you, you're not going to make the jump. Ugh, okay. But once you get that key, just missile these. Okay, first thing you do is scan him a little bit, and then get ready for his first emergence. So for this part, the number of times he comes up from the water varies. It can be anywhere from 2 to 5, I think. So we've already seen the first one. I shot him when he came up from the water, so that's already 1. If he goes up 3 times, you don't want to shoot him on the 3rd one. So if you see on the 3rd one that he's going back down and he's done, you don't want to shoot him. But if he looks like he's going to continue on the 3rd one, you want to shoot him for all of them. So that's the one exception. If it looks like he's only going to do 3, don't shoot him on the 3rd one. So let's see. This is going to be the 2nd one and the 3rd one. So I'm not going to shoot him. If he does 2 or 3, that means you're going to want to super missile him next. If he does 4 or 5, then you're going to use Dark Beam. So I'm going to want a super missile, so I'm going to change beams. And you want to, if those guys are still around, you want to just missile them and get them out of the way. Because you don't have much time to do this super missile. So, if it's 2 or 3, Don't shoot him on the third one if it's 3. Turn around, missile those guys that might be chasing you, and then immediately switch to power beam and charge it up. You got to be ready fast. So yeah, he's going to go back to this, and at this point just shoot him every time he comes up from the water. There's nothing else weird about it. And here, just use Dark Beam to hit him. And then target his weak point there. And do about 2... You want to do about 2 dark shots and then a missile. And then 2 dark shots and a missile for that last part. Once you're targeting his weak point. So we'll do this again. So a bunch of dark shots, and then 2 dark shots missile. Alright. I hate this part. So you want to make sure Dark Beam's out, and you want to just go forward and attack him with Dark Beam. So here we go. Okay. I like to switch beams twice so that I don't have to burn a missile. Oh. Something's going wrong. Alright. Okay. Keep Dark Beam out though so that you can keep shooting. So switch beams twice. Hold missile. And I'm very careful with firing this Seeker missiles here, because if you miss, if one of those Seeker missiles, like if it hits too late, you might have to do it a third time. You might have to stun him a third time, and that's just really annoying, because at that point you might run out of Dark Beam ammo. It can get really bad. So I like to acquire the locks on all the targets, and then kind of jump toward him and stay centered and aim in the middle of it just to get the best chance that they're all going to hit. It might be a little overkill, but you really want to make sure those all hit. So now just get ready with Light Beam. If you manage your beam ammo well in the previous phase, you shouldn't have any problems. You need probably 50s or 60s in the amount of light beam ammo you have. Alright, so immediately just start shooting him again with Dark Beam. Alright, switch and switch. Hold Y. Jump. I don't know if those all hit, but keep going. Space to the left. Only have 5 more missiles. Oh, that actually hit even better than it should have. Except for that. That was really weird. This could be a bad situation now. Running out of dark ammo. Okay. Yeah, that was... One of the missiles must have hit the wrong target somehow. And as you can see, I was almost out of dark ammo at that point. And if that happens, you lose a bunch of time. On top of already having to stun him 3 times. And this is just charged light shots. They'll kind of home in on him, so that part's pretty easy. Okay. We have Dark Visor, so now we can start unlocking those ink caches. You have to go into this room and unload the previous room in order to leave. So that's why you do this. But you don't want to get the energy because then you're obligated to return it before you leave Torvus. Alright, so the next thing you do is unlock these Torvus keys by setting permanent flags, as Tom pointed out. So you're going to go out of bounds here. You can save before you do this, if you haven't done this before. I wait till about now and jump on him, and then if you wait the correct amount of time after he clamps down before you jump, you can set it up so that he'll open up right about when you land on him, and then you can just jump as he opens. And you just kind of go upright. It's not really that difficult. If you get enough height, you'll pretty much get out. But you just kind of go upright once that happens. But the goal is to jump as he opens, because that gives you extra height. And just hold upright. There's like a little pipe that you kind of go over if you do it correctly. It's not really that bad. It looks annoying, but once you know how to do it, once you get the timing down of jumping on him, it's not so bad. Okay, so shoot this guy. I like my height to be around the water line, kind of like this. Don't go too low. If you go too low, then you'll be below the floor of the next room. But the lower you are, the more likely you are to be able to jump quickly, like this. So you want to fall when this room loads, but not fall very far. So the load trigger here is about here. So I just jump like that, and that should load the next room. Looks like it did. And then I jump onto this area. So, like that. And you need at least 2 E-tanks here. It can be like 2 E-tanks and nothing left over, but at minimum you need 2 E-tanks. So 200 health is the minimum, I'd say. So you can farm for health there if you need more health. By the way, 2 E-tanks is only if you're well versed in the secret world. You might need like 3 if you aren't used to it. So at this point you need about this much height. I don't know how to describe it, but I'm level with that light beam, or that safe zone thing. So that's about the height you want. And this actually didn't work out that great. But you go right to this door, fall on it, and jump. If you have enough height and you go right to the door, you'll land on it, and it'll be fine. For this part, transition to this room. You want to go about here, and then morph, and unmorph once it goes dark. So this room that I'm in now is actually the elevator in the light world, and it turns out that it still kind of has that same shape in the dark world, and you can even transition the bottom door in the dark world for some reason. So what you're going to do is line yourself up so you're facing straight up like this, if you can see the map. And then walk a little bit forward slowly, and you'll fall a little bit. And now you're like on top of this tube. And then you can turn around, and you're not going to be able to see the door here, but you can faintly see the outline of the door. And just hold forward so that you slide toward the door. I'm on the door now, even though it doesn't look like it on the map. You'll hear a little clank when you land on the door. You'll also kind of feel a rumble on the controller. And once you're on the door, turn back around so you're facing this way on the map, and then hit L, hold forward, and you'll transition it like that. It's a little annoying to do the first time because it's all totally invisible around you. But as long as you're only going straight forward and backward along that like tube, you'll be okay. It's really not that bad. It's just takes a little bit of memorization of what to do. And I'll do it again later in the run anyway, so if that's confusing. Later on when I do that, I won't have a time limit imposed by my health. So I'll have a little bit more time to explain. But get some health here. You need 2 E-tanks again. And then ether jump to the top of this room. And then go here. You don't need to worry about triggering this fight. You'd have to open the door in order for that to be a possibility. Crap. This loads way too fast. It doesn't load this fast if you're using disk, which I am not. So I'm going to get this height again. I'm going to unload that room by bringing up the menu. Unload it again. Hopefully I can land on the door this time. So just transition this room, jump once toward this room. You want to do a single jump so that you can be able to jump off the bottom as soon as possible. Then I line up here. And you're going to want to jump about here. So, somewhere around there. And hopefully you'll fall down like this. And at this point, you might be able to jump and get the room to transition. If not, jump and then press left a little bit as you fall. You gotta like press left midway up your jump or down your jump as you're falling. And you just tap it. And that should be enough that when you jump again, the room will appear. And I'm going to cheat again. So just shoot that guy. He's peeking out from behind the pillar there. And you can get more health here. You don't need that much. Maybe an E-tank or 2 if you can get it. Unfortunately, I unloaded the previous room by doing that, which will make this more difficult. Also more difficult to explain, so I'm going to try to make it appear again. Normally the room would still be visible, because you wouldn't unload it. Okay. So just pretend the room was visible the whole time. So you want to line up very similarly to when you first did this ether jump. Now I don't have a jump because I fell too far. So I gotta wait. One thing to notice is your arm cannon will start to kind of like hop a little bit, very subtly, like it's doing now. It just kind of just bounces a tiny bit. That means you can jump. If it's doing that, you can jump out of bounds. If it's not hopping like that, then you won't be able to jump. You're too far, you're too low that you're not in the room. But that was just a side point. So what you want to do here is you want to jump, and you want to land like here, so it's pretty close to where this tube joins the main part of the room. That's about where you want to stand. And then just bomb jump forward and unmorph, and that usually works. If it doesn't, just back up a little bit. Try it a couple times. Well, this is terrible. Oh, you know why it's not working? Because my map is on the wrong room. So, your map would not be on this room. I totally failed at setting this up properly. Alright. So this is what it would actually be like in a run, because you transition it to this room, you go over, you shoot the key, and then you come back, and it's still on this room, and this room is still visible. So that's what it should be like. So jump about where I said before, bomb jump forward, and then that actually worked, so I wasn't crazy. So that's good to know. Those guys in that room can damage you. It's usually not a problem. So go back left here to fall. I don't think this is technically required, but I think it's nice to hit this bomb slot for later in the run. You don't have gravity boosts. And yeah, just pretty much leave at this point. So we've taken care of the Torvus keys. And now we're going to go directly to Agon. These targets can be a huge pain. Hopefully they work on the first try. So the nice thing about going to Agon this way is you're really close to the room where you go to the Dark World. There are other routes that lead to temple grounds, and start collecting temple grounds keys. But this route puts that off until the end. As a result of that, you you have to wall crawl out after getting Violet, but that only costs about 30 seconds. And it saves a lot of time in other ways. But this part, you're just going through these rooms. We're going to go through the super missile door this time. You need to make sure you have at least 10 missiles here. If you don't, shoot that door and bring your missile count to 0. And then shoot one of those drops in that room. One thing about Echo's drops is they are dependent on your ammo count and health count. So if you need missiles, it's advantageous to make your missile count 0 because that makes the chances of a missile drop go way up. But anyway, shoot this in cache. This is pretty straightforward. This next part isn't as easy. That goes for energy too. If you have less than 20% of your total health, you're very likely to get a golden refill. But anyway, so for this part, this is just a dash. Let me get up there. These guys are going to be really annoying because they're going to shoot at you. You can just kill them to avoid any inconvenience, but there's a lot of them. But anyway, you want to go a little bit along this beam, like here. Man, these guys are so annoying. Guys, I need to focus. Okay. You want to go about here. And you're going to lock onto this door, dash left. I'm trying to get the inputs here. You're basically going to dash left and then space jump backward. So it's dash left and then release R so that you stop moving to the left. And then jump backward. And you want to jump first and get a little height and then hold backward. So that's one of the keys to this dash, is that you don't hold backward right away. It's actually not as bad as I'm making it look. It's more about this forward-backward distance here, this alignment. That is probably why I'm missing it. Just gonna heal myself. Oh, jeez. This is like one of the trickier parts of the first half of this run. I don't know why this isn't working. There we go. it's not as bad as I made it look. There's also a roll jump method, but it takes a lot longer to set up each attempt. So I generally think it's better to do the dash. There's two roll jump methods actually. They roll jump from different places. One of them takes longer to set up. The other one, I guess, is about the same speed to set up. But I think that one... I think the dash is the easiest method anyway. So this is a pretty straightforward wall crawl. Just go under this door. Once you get to the height of the next room, you can space jump onto this door. And then transition this room, fall down, shoot this guy. Alright. We'll get him eventually. Okay. If you hear the chime, you know you got it. Okay, then I transition to the previous room, and then morph here. So this time we want to transition to the room we're in because we need to use the portal. When we come back later, you do not want to transition the room. You want to be in the wrong room later. So it's just something you'll have to watch out for that you don't forget. But for right now, we're going to go straight to Sanctuary. We haven't really done any difficult things yet. I guess that dash that I just did kind of counts. I put it in like the top 5. If you're out of power bombs here, grab some here. You just need at least one. And go through this portal. So there's a lot of stuff you have to do in Sanctuary, but the order that you do it kinda doesn't matter. There's a reason I do the order that I do. And I'll explain that in a second. But before I get to that, I'm just going to go to the portal here. Alright, so you need to do a roll jump here. If I don't get it first try here, I shoot all these guys. You probably need to shoot them all anyway to hit the secret missile targets. Okay, so I got it that time. If you miss it and fall, you want to kind of morph forward so that you're very close. You don't want to be at fully max speed. So I might go back and explain it. You don't want to be at fully max speed. Oh, wow, it still gave it to me. That's pretty funny. Alright. See, this is why I'm doing cheater strats. Okay, so let's say you fall here. Morph forward a little bit. And that way you're not going max speed off that ledge, and it makes it easier to get the instant unmorph. But once you make it across, switch to Dark Visor, shoot these targets, and will it still work? It did. Those guys can get in the way. And go to the light world. So there's several things we have to do, and all of those things are basically going to start in the room we're in right now. We need to get Echo Visor. We need to unlock Screw Attack. We need to get the Dark Temple keys unlocked. And we need to get Annihilator Beam and the energy. Annihilator Beam and the energy pretty much have to be at the end. I guess technically you could get Annihilator Beam by itself and then do other stuff, because you still have to come back into this room. But the order I do them is Echo Visor first, then Screw Attack. After Screw Attack on the way back, I'm going to get an E-Tank, and that's going to fill my health. And so when I come back here to do the part where I unlock the keys, I'll have full health for that wall crawl. And then after I unlock the keys, I go do Annihilator Beam. But, like I said, those four things are almost interchangeable, what order you do them. But anyway, first we're going to do Echo Visor. So to do this, you want the map on this room, and you want, I use this, like this part of the door and how it intersects this circle to be a visual cue for where I should stand. Once you're standing there, you can just morph and then unmorph and hold back left. This is where you want to be. You want to, if you're too far here, you'll fall, and if you're too far this way, you'll fall as well. So optionally, either here or before you get Screw Attack, you can get rid of this Screw Attack barrier. You don't have to do this. If you don't do it, you'll have to go out of bounds to get to the portal room. But if you do break this barrier, then you won't have to go out of bounds. So it's all about how confident you are with going out of bounds there. I'll probably do that as well, just to show what you would do if you didn't destroy that barrier. But I transitioned to this room, so I can just keep going. So to load this room, you gotta jump up against it, and then jump straight up. You can land. You basically just tap a little bit to the right and you can land. From here I jump back left until I go to the ether. I turn and I face the door. And you want to get enough height so that your crosshair is just above. It's like at the top of the door, just like this. So walk left around this room. You have a decent amount of time. I'm going to have to unload it a couple times just to be safe. But you have a decent amount of time. Just stand here. until it loads. Maybe I have more time than I thought. You need pretty much full dark beam ammo. I mean, you might not use it all in the fight, but it's good to have. Alright. This fight is pretty annoying. One thing you want to try to do is get her to do that move right after you shoot her. So like shoot and then get her to do that. Because when that happens, if you get her to do that barrier thing right after you shoot her, she'll stand in place and the dark beam shot will continue to damage her. So that's the ideal way to do it, is to get close, have her do that barrier thing, and shoot her right before the barrier goes up. This is good too, because she's standing still and you can see it continue to damage. Switch to Dark Visor. Okay, Dark Visor's done. Use the radar to find where she's going to appear. Yeah, that was a good hit. Now I'm going to wait. Maybe I won't. I'm going to try to... I wanted to show off the morph ball thing that she occasionally does. Might not get to see it. Here we go. You want to charge a shot and shoot it, and that can stop that morph ball phase. I don't know if it works with Dark Beam. It's kind of a waste of Dark Beam ammo, but it does work, it looks like. So that's how you deal with that attack, and that's the slowest attack. Alright, here we go. I have so much Dark Beam ammo, I can just try with Dark Beam. Kinda gotta wait for her to come toward you. She eventually will. And I mistimed it. Anyway, that's the worst attack you can get, is that morph ball thing. But it's not too bad of a fight. Getting it to go fast is kind of just luck-based to an extent. But you can deal with anything that gets thrown at you. So for this part, let's just full heal again. I don't want to deal with this. Okay. Whoop. Don't boost off like that. Or maybe do, because I got placed right in front of this. This is where I was going. So yeah, maybe that's new speed tech or something. But go on the spider ball track and keep holding up here and just release your boost and you'll get here. Then bomb jump. So you want to hold boost and then bomb jump a little bit like that. And you want to get to this position. And I'm holding up right now and I'm going to release boost and you'll just fly up like that. If you fail that, you can't try it again really. Well, I guess you can. You can go up like this. And then go to that same section of track. Boost like that. But if you can't do that, or you don't want to, you can just do the puzzle normally. I don't know. That probably saves like 15 seconds or something. Probably depends on if you try it and fail it, or if you just go for the slow strat immediately. But anyway, we have Echo Visor now. elevators between the pillars, so I don't even get rid of Echo Visor. I just walk between the two pillars. You need Echo Visor here to kill this guy. It's a good thing to load up on light ammo here. I have full light ammo probably because I destroyed more crates and stuff earlier in the run. Normally you don't have as much light ammo as I have, but you need basically full light ammo for Quadraxis. So that's something to keep in mind. There's a little glass barrier here that we didn't destroy because we didn't do this puzzle in this room. So you can destroy it by just boosting next to it. You don't want to fall, so be careful with that. Just kind of boost like this. And then from here, we're gonna jump toward here. You don't really get enough height to make it. However, you get damage boosted into it. It's pretty dumb. But just do a space jump toward it. And you should make it. If you don't make it, and that's a really dire situation if it happens to you, because it really sucks. It's actually kind of hard to do. Okay, hold on. I can do this. Alright. You can still get up, but it's really dumb. You have to use this big outer ring to kind of propel you upward. So I missed the timing here. It's gonna like curve toward you and then curve away from you. Like that. You can kind of see how that would give you height. There we go. I think we might be able to make it. Okay. Like I said, it's really dumb. Don't put yourself in that situation. Okay, we're gonna keep going. Okay, so we're back in this room. We always come back to this room after all of these things that we do. The next thing I'm gonna do is get Screw Attack unlocked. And I'm actually just going to save here because things could go awry. Line up this visual aid again. Hold back left. You have to wait a little bit before you unmorph. That's something to keep in mind. If you unmorph too quickly, it won't work as you're falling, because if you're not low enough yet, you won't have enough room to unmorph, and so it won't let you unmorph. So you kind of got to get used to the timing for when to hit unmorph so that you'll instantly unmorph and then you can hold back left. Okay. So, just jump left. For some reason, the ether doesn't really make sense. It's farther to the right than you'd expect here. And then jump onto this door. Jump left like this. So you're going to jump left here. You pretty much want to go straight left, and there's a chance that you'll hit a ledge after your first jump. I didn't hit it. You need to be aware that there is a ledge that you can land on after your first jump, and if you're not expecting it, it's very easy to walk off the ledge and then you can't jump anymore. So be wary of there being a ledge as you're jumping left. But you can just space jump and then hold back left once you get to like here. Once you get to like the middle of the room-ish, just start holding back left. Because you don't really need to go that far back, but you need to go a little bit back, and you need to go pretty far left to get far enough to get into the ether here. And then once you do that, you need to get about this much height. You probably only need like this much height. So anyway, get a decent amount of height. Walk up here. I'm gonna unload the room here to make sure I have enough time. But you can just walk onto this door. And then look at the radar. See how that dot appeared? That's how you know the room's loaded. So now you jump like this and then fall along the wall like this. Then jump up here. I can do that again. I'm going a little fast here. Of course, now I'm going to fall. Okay. I don't like this guy. I don't like his attitude. Okay, so you jump right and then forward and then hug this left wall and kind of tap left to stop yourself from falling too fast until you hit ground. And then here you want to jump then hit forward to make sure you don't fall. And this whole ledge is standable, but not that you don't have that much. It's not that wide, but you probably won't fall off. I wouldn't worry too much. So now you have to lock onto this portal. So you want to aim like here, jump right, get a lock on, then jump back. And stay as far away as you can from the portal. And then from here, you want to dash right, just dash straight right. And you'll hit the ether. Now from here, I like to walk forward a little bit. Don't walk left at all, you don't want to fall. And then you can start ether jumping. So one thing to keep in mind for this part is you don't want to walk too far past this point. In fact, I walked too far. Because that's what happens. The next room will load. And that'll cause you to fall. That'll cause you to fall. I probably just walked the bare minimum for that to happen. If that does happen, walk farther to the left here to get the previous room to load again. I don't know if I'll be able to do it now. It's probably fine. But once you roughly cross this portal area, that's when the next room starts to load. So keep that in mind. You don't want to go that far forward. Okay, so get a decent amount of height here and then jump out of the ether toward this. You can face the portal a little bit more and then just go forward once you get the ether jump, or you can turn like I did mid jump. You just kind of hit R and turn. So from the portal you jump toward this. There's a decent amount of space. Well, I guess it's not that wide, but you can just press your face up against this wheel and you'll be fine, and you have plenty of room to move left and right. So get here, inch yourself right until this wall in front of me. You want this wall to basically disappear like this. Then line your crosshair up here. So if you look at this beam, it's the left part of it. And now the jump you're going to do, this is like the only, I'd say, difficult jump, but it's not really that bad. You're going to jump... now I'm trying to remember the jump. You jump backward first, switch to back right, and then jump forward. Excuse me. For some reason I like forgot the inputs. If I'm not like doing it all at once, it hold on. Never mind. I gave you the wrong inputs. So you want to start by jumping back right. Midway through the jump, you switch to holding right, and then you space jump forward. I might be able to show it again, but I might end up falling, but I can recover from that. Yeah, I figured that would happen. Anyway, as you can see, you don't want to fall in that room. This is going pretty well. Oh, and I jinxed it. Man, this room is so ridiculously tall. I would definitely practice this if you have the menu mod. It might help a little bit, because you can go out of bounds fairly easily with the menu mod by going into a room slightly and then bringing up the menu to unload that room. But you can also do it using Dolphin. Okay. Alright. So you can kind of like face the portal a little bit, and you can still ether jump by moving left. It's not how I usually do it, but once you get your final jump, you can just hold forward like that. So jump at this wheel, go to the right till the wall disappears, and then jump back right, switch to right, and then jump forward. Switch, jump. That's how it looks. Although my audio might not sync perfectly with what you just saw, so go by the visual more than what you hear. Please don't fall. Okay. So this door is annoying because you have to... There's an invisible barrier over it. Right here. I'm standing on it now. So, to jump on it from where I was, which is over here... To jump on it from where I was, you have to kind of jump out and then go back. So I'll do that again to demonstrate. Please don't push me off. Okay. So you usually stand on this wall, I think. I don't know where you stand, but you jump back left and then kind of jump forward and onto the door. Once you're below the barrier that's above it, I'm hitting the barrier now when I jump. But then you transition and then you jump then jump like that to get out. It's pretty key that you don't fall there, so that's going to take some practice probably. This next part is also probably going to take some practice. You need to jump to the top of that. And it's very easy to miss and fall. Okay, I'll just try it. You want to jump like that. It's the end of this beam. It's kind of tricky. It's easy to go too far forward and then hit the collision of the wall and then have that push you out and then you'll fall. So it's a little bit more annoying than it looks. Although, I don't know. I don't know how annoying it looks, but it's kind of annoying. From here, you want to target this guy and dash left. Then from here you can either jump up the side of the wall here. And then just... What the hell was that? Alright. I'll show off the technique here. I don't know if this will even work. There's too much... There's too much, terminal fall area. Maybe this will work. Okay, well. I guess I can demonstrate this whole thing again. Biggest issue is you basically have to restart the whole thing. I landed on the ledge that time that I was talking about. And I didn't react in time to jump. So if you fall during this, you can lose upwards of like 3 to 5 minutes or something like that. That loaded too fast. I'm in the box of the next room. That's why I fell so far. Okay, normally this next room does not load very fast at all. But since I'm on USB stick, it loads really fast. So I'm just going to keep unloading it. USB stick, exactly. That's how I would describe it. Constantly loading. It's constantly loading rooms too fast. Alright. I'll hopefully get this dash kinda okay. Let's see how good I am at ether jumping. Alright. Jump, switch, jump. That is the timing of switching to right. Okay. Hopefully, I actually hit the real ceiling this time. You can also go forward a little bit. It's possible I walked into the previous room's box and that's why I fell. So you might want to walk forward before you walk to the right. And I just unmorph here and load the room this way, and then you can just jump off. This guy, I get rid of him. You want to jump at this corner and just slightly move left onto it, and then do a very good dash to the right here. It has to be really good timing. You have to hit B as quickly as possible, and then hit R right after that. This is all pretty standard. You just go up and use these to unlock it. You just dash straight right here. You should get placed here, and then you can bomb this, and now you've unlocked Screw Attack, but don't collect it, because that would end your run. Okay, now you have to get out, and I'm going to demonstrate both ways you can do it. There's a fast way and a slow way. So here's the slower but easier, maybe, way. So I'm going to have to probably try this again because I didn't show it very well. This is why I did the menu mod, though. Although, I put in the wrong inputs there. I want to warp to vault. Okay, so be very careful here. You have a decent amount of time, but I look kind of on the left side of this pillar that I just passed. Just look here. And I look down a little bit, and as soon as this robot comes into view, I'm going to jump forward. Maybe a little after he comes into view, I jump straight forward. But now that you're on him, he'll just keep going in a loop through the room, so once he reaches the far left part of his cycle, you just get warped to the far right side. But you want to look at this guy that's not moving. And once it kind of looks like you're not moving very much, right here, dash left. And then from here, you can move a little right, get some height. Now the problem is, the room to the left has a higher ceiling than Grand Abyss. So rather than getting too close there, I like to get a skywalk in Grand Abyss, go far to the right so that Vault loads, and then walk toward the other room. And I'm going to keep dumping the room just to make sure it doesn't load on me here. But just stand over this tunnel, the next room will load, and you'll fall. And once you land here, you can pretty much just I jump toward these and then fall to be really sure, but you should make it. But that's not the way I usually do this room, so I'm gonna do this again, and I'm gonna do the faster way. So, warp. Alright. Don't boost too much here, you don't want to boost off. Okay, so jump on this. Aim at this guy. Once he crosses the rightmost antenna, or the tall antenna, dash right and then bend it back. Like this. So I just dashed right, I switched to holding backward, and then hit R. That's how you do that dash. And then you can just kind of wiggle your way along this wall. It's going to curve a little to my right here like this. So make sure you don't lose too much height. And then it's going to curve right again here. And if you can make it to where these red things are, then you can just fall. So be careful with that. You only have one chance at it because those robots don't come back. So I get rid of that guy, and then you do a slope whatever jump there. Jump onto this. Space jump here and just tap forward a little bit. And then aim here. And then right after your second jump, you morph. Like immediately after your second jump. Anyway, go here, get the E-Tank. I get this E-Tank because it fills my health right before I do the Dark Temple keys. It was not very good. Then you have to roll jump here. I'm not hitting L correctly. Didn't get a jump that time. That's better. And we're going to go back to the same room we always go back to. And go to Dark World this time. So there's two things left for us to do. One is unlock both keys. The other one is Annihilator Beam / returning the energy. Okay, luckily if you get turned around in the Dark World, it's not as bad because like over here, you'd normally fall in the Light World, but in the Dark World, you don't fall. As long as you're like far enough this direction, you're okay. So shoot that guy, jump to the top of this room. Go over to this door. The elevator room won't load right away, so you need to be very careful when you morph here. I like to be a little bit right of the door, kind of like this. It's just a little bit safer. And that might have been too far, but... Anyway, jump on the door. Transition to the next room, and now you have to dump this room. So, shoot the door. And then you want to jump. You want to jump so that you go underneath it. And you should land pretty much on top of this door, because it's directly below the door you were just at. So shoot this. You need to dump that room so it doesn't crash here. There we go. You can get some light beam here if you need more light beam ammo, which I don't really need, but like I said, you want basically full ammo coming up. Alright. So, ether jump up on top of this wall. So this is the same wall crawl we're going to do later, but blind. And we're going to do the exact same thing later, where we ether jump on the right side and then jump onto this wall. Later on, what we're going to do is we're going to wiggle against this wall and into this corner. I'll kind of do it the same way, but with vision. So you press against this wall, wiggle down, and then wiggle right. You can get into this area. When we do this later, we're going to have to screw attack to get the next room to transition, but here we can shoot the door, just kind of space jump up here, and it'll go. So fall back. You want to fall back left, but you don't want to transition the room back, so you got to be careful there. But anyway, you go all the way out here. You want to go farther left than that left wall on the map. Then go forward. And then this thing here, I kind of just get close to it and then start moving left until I can jump. Alright, this one I'm going to prevent loading here. Line up with the door. Something like that. And then once it loads, you'll fall. Normally you have plenty of time to line up, but with the fast loads I don't. So here, just jump back and hold left. You'll probably go too far down here, such that this next room, if you enter that next room's box, you'll just fall a ways. So what I do is I get a little bit of extra height here. Unfortunately, the room I was just in loaded again. And that's why I keep falling here, because it keeps loading. But you can, it won't load as fast on console, or on disc, rather. So, it's a little easier to get enough height. Once you get enough height, you need to be basically... I actually have way too much height. I'd say you need to be... See the part where near the yellow door where it slopes upward? If you're like halfway up that slope, that's the height that you need at least. So I have way more height than that, but if you don't have that much height, when this room that I'm above loads, you'll fall really far down. And that box extends pretty far. So you want to avoid that, but you can walk over this door now. And jump there. So I walked around Hive Reactor and then walked toward it so that I could fall onto the door. But from here, just space jump, bomb, line up over this door, morph, and you kind of have to jump and then move left and then jump again to get this to work. Like that. There's a standable spot here. It's a little bit more left than you might think, but you can stand there. And there's kind of some standable spots here and some standable spots here. And then bomb jump here. And once this happens, you can bomb jump into the ether. I didn't get enough height. But it's not a huge deal, because the next room's going to load really fast for me anyway. Anyway, if you don't get enough height, just go over here till you get some jumps. Jump here. I'd avoid morphing around here, like near this door, because you can get stuck, at least in the light world you can. Just something to be careful of. Let's get an E-tank. Okay, so transition to the next room, and then you have to get a good angle to shoot the key. So I jump over here, shoot him there, and he'll kind of go behind this wall, but you can still get him by shooting there. Now we need to transition back. Now there's probably better ways to get back in bounds than what I do. But I don't know. It works well enough. That's one of the things I probably need to look into at some point. Okay, well, the next room is the same height as this room. So you can just walk over here. Don't have to worry about when it loads. Morph. Transition the room. So what I do here is jump on top of the previous room. Like that. Get as much height as I can here. Bomb jump a bunch. Kind of wiggle. That time it didn't work. I don't know. It's kind of dumb to get. It's kind of dumb to get on top of that room. Alright, let me wait for this to load. There. And from here you can just walk forward. I have to dump the next room a couple times probably, but normally you can just walk forward until you're in the room like this, and then it'll load around you. And that's it. I like to save here because it reminds me that I have to shoot that save door. You absolutely have to missile that door. So don't forget to do that. You don't have to worry about this door. So you can just leave that if you want. Then basically we're just going to jump out of here. Hopefully not get destroyed by these guys. And then the platform that we will not be able to see later. You can use this portal here if you want, and then use the other portal to come back to the Dark World. Or you can go directly this way. Lose a little bit more health probably, but... And you also have to do that roll jump in this next room. So if you want to avoid the roll jump, you can go to the Light World first. But those guys aren't back in this room, so it's a little bit easier. Ugh. I don't know why this is being so dumb. See, this is why I like to use the portal. And I got it pretty fast before. I don't know what's going on here. Okay. So now you wall crawl to Quadraxis. Thankfully, we're almost done with Sanctuary. So this room takes a decent amount of time to load. You can't be too slow here if you do it this way. but you have time to walk around to the door. Jump here, then jump here, then jump onto the door. And you have to wait like a second or two on the door before the room loads. So here, again, normally the room takes forever to load, but it won't here, so I'm going to keep unloading it. Hopefully. Okay. So, normally what I do is I morph until I'm a little bit above the door, and then just stay until the room loads around me. And then, yeah. Then we can start the Quadraxis fight. And I already screwed it up. If you look to the leg on your right, that's the first one that flashes. So that's the one you want to start with. So that's another reason that I usually go in the portal to the light world and skip having to do that roll jump. It's because you want to have a lot of health for this fight. If you have full health, you basically don't have to worry. And yeah, you just wait for them to grow and shoot the kneecaps. I like to wait directly underneath him because I feel like he does less annoying stuff. Could be wrong. Okay, at this part, you want Echo Visor. This is the whole reason I get Echo Visor before this, so you can lock onto this, shoot the Flight Beam, and use Charge Light Beam shots. One charge shot, then a couple shots on each of these. Charge shot. Really keep an eye on your ammo here. You should have just enough light ammo to get through this phase. And sometimes for the last antenna here, he'll move pretty far away from you, so keep an eye on where he goes. You might have to boost toward him. Okay, for this part, I just do one super missile and one missile. Make sure you watch which way he starts floating. So he's floating this way. You have to wait an extra second to confirm which way he's going. And everything else is pretty standard here. So one super missile, one missile. It's going toward me. So you can kind of see that he like goes one direction and then usually goes the other direction. So he can fake you out sometimes. Okay, we have Annihilator Beam. Hooray. The most valuable beam in this run. Kind of a love-hate relationship with this beam. But anyway, there's two things you can do here. One is much harder, but it saves like 3.5 minutes. So you can do an extended dash directly toward this door. And the way extended dashes work is you jump and then input right mid-jump like this, so that you dash into the ground. And then when you hit the ground, on either frame 1 or frame 3, you want to hit B. I think that's what it is. And you also want to hit R at the same time. That's what I do. So I try to hit B and R the frame that I land, basically. And if you do it right, you'll get an extended dash. So try it here. You want to input left as high as you can and get a dash. If you input too high, you'll just move a little bit left. But if you input low enough, you'll dash. Then hit R and B right when you land. That's kind of the idea. It didn't go far enough. You have to get a max speed one to make it to that door. Also, if you want, you can use this as the target. They both work. They have different alignments. There's a variety of alignments you can use. But yeah, if you really want to try that, you can do it. The way I normally do that is much easier, is go to this spot, target the door, do an extended dash, but it's much more lenient here. So you just need any amount of extra speed will pretty much get you to the door. I normally can get a decent amount of speed. I don't know what's going on here. I already got a couple before. There we go. It's pretty lenient. You don't really need that much speed to make it. But because I didn't go straight to the energy, I now have to wall crawl back to that room. This roll jump can get annoying. Here we go. Thankfully the game's pretty generous, and it usually will spawn you on that platform if your roll jump would have made it, even if the pirates knock you off. So, it's not so bad. Anyway, go here. You can do this roll jump, which I failed. Or you can do this one again. And just go back to the portal. Like I said, this costs about, I'd say about 3.5 minutes. Now that's 3.5 minutes compared to your first dash making it to the door. It's very easy to spend 3.5 minutes trying to get that dash. I guess I can do this. You can do the secret world I did before, or you can do this one. Although I don't have any light beam ammo, so that's kind of dumb. jump up here and do this, but I think using the door for the secret world's a little easier. But whatever, either way works. This time even on disk, this room is going to load pretty fast. So you should pretty much wait for it to load and then jump on the door. And I don't know what's going on here. And then ether jump up to the top. Okay. Align your crosshair with like this thing that I'm looking at here, that little spike between the two parts of the wall, I guess. And you want to morph right here. Right when that, if you look in the upper left, right when that wall is where it is, that's when you want to morph. So, boom. Morph forward, hold forward, and as long as you don't spin when you land, you should make it inbounds. If you don't make it inbounds, you can lay a bomb and try to unmorph again. So, I skipped the cutscene right when it finishes rotating to give this time to load. This will refill your health, which is pretty nice. And you need Annihilator Beam here. Fortunately, you can't get out of that room without Annihilator Beam, because you don't have Screw Attack. Alright, stand here, and then try this again. Takes a little practice to get good at these. That might make it. Yep. It didn't even look that good, but it still made it. Stay to the left here. You take a little bit less damage. Even though I got hit, I think I'll make it. Yeah. Okay. Alright, now we gotta return the energy. If you want to get Cannonball, you can go out of bounds in that same room we've been going out of bounds many times. I guess I can show that, because why not? Alright, we'll get there eventually. I'll try to show all the options you can do for different things. I prefer to do this part inbounds, but if you're getting Cannonball for the later part of the run, you do it now. So yeah, you have to delay that unmorph a little bit and then hold back left. Alright. So here, jump toward the door, shoot it, do a double bomb jump, wait like a second or two, then do another bomb jump. Okay. Walk along the left edge here. I just wait for this to load. You can kind of beat the load here, but it's pretty tight. And the jump is easier. Get max height here. I walk a little bit to the right, just to make sure the next room doesn't load too early and make me fall in an awkward place. It's really more about not walking too close to the room. But anyway, that's the way I do it. So you need the map on this room first, and then I jump to a standable spot here, and then jump out here, and I descend a little bit on the wall until I can scan this, then do a double bomb jump, wiggle to the left here until you get to about here. That wasn't good. Then another double bomb jump only will get you where you want to go. Then transition the map back so you can get in bounds here. And also because it needs to be in the wrong room for this anyway. Then take the cannon, wait like half a second after the room disappears, and then unmorph. And then you'll have cannonball. But like I said, you don't need to get cannonball. You can do this all in bounds. So if you are going to do that, in fact, I'll just warp to, not here. Watch station, that's what it's called. I'll warp to watch station and show what you would do if you wanted to do it in bounds, which is much faster. Okay, so we normally start from the portal. I'm just gonna get over there with screw attack. You don't have screw attack here, so pretend you didn't see that. Okay, so go over here. Don't fall, obviously. I like to kill that. What are they called again? Resbit. I like to kill that Resbit. The one over here, because he'll sometimes shoot at you on the spider track. Since I alerted this one, I'll kill him too. But yeah, just take the spider track, and you can go directly to Temple inbounds here. Yeah, I am sometimes a little cruel when it comes to Resbits, I admit. But they kind of deserve it. Jump here, then go over here. I jump on this corner, dash right and turn. And, or dash left and turn. Stand about here. Oh great. Well, this is how you get back up if you fall. Stand here, dash right. You can dash straight right and turn. I think there are faster ways to get up potentially, but the best thing to do is to just not fall in the first place. Especially with these guys, they get pretty annoying. When you do that dash to the right at the bottom though, tap A in the middle of it so that you, I think that affects the bend that you get. But stand here, it's the middle of the second tile. You don't have to be exactly at the edge, but dash off of this door. And you'll hit the statue. And it doesn't look like you can stand there, but you can. And it's actually a pretty wide area you can stand on. So, you can land on this, and then jump up here. This too is a pretty wide area that you can stand on. And then you gotta aim at this thing. But be careful, it's easy to kind of slip off. So just go straight at it, and you can kind of see what happened there. I went too far forward and I hit the wall and I kind of slid along the wall. And the angle I was coming at it kind of made it so I slid to the right. So it's kind of an annoying jump. But this is just an easy dash left. This jump is like the only thing that's remotely difficult. So go against the wall once you make it up here. And then you need to do a dash off this door that is bent backwards. So you dash, move the stick back, and then hit R. You should make it. And like I said, this is way faster than wall crawling here. So I would not recommend wall crawling. You can get an extra E-tank if it helps. You need to scan this. Normally I scan it partially before I do that cutscene, but whatever. You need to scan it for one door. Okay, so we're gonna fall down again. Scan this guy. And, yeah. Do this dash. And then I go to the left corner here, and then just dash left. It's kind of tight, but it's not, I don't think it's as bad as Vault or anything. And then you can just go through here, jump on this, and now we're gonna go get Caretaker Drone and then go straight to Torvus, because we didn't unlock the entrance of Sanctuary, so we can't go out that way. So the fastest way to get to Temple Grounds now is to go through Torvus anyway. And we also need to kill Caretaker Drone, so it all kind of works. For this door, if you get to it too quickly for whatever reason, sometimes the game will crash. So I like to wait by the door a couple seconds, then shoot it, just to make sure that it loads. I don't know why that happens, but it can really suck if your game crashed there, because you're already like an hour or so into the run. So shoot those, and then go in this dark portal. this is how you get to Caretaker Drone normally, so there's nothing too crazy going on here. Except you normally don't fall down that shaft. That's why... I think that's why the game crashes, is because you're not supposed to go that way. But just something to watch out for with that crash. This guy's a lot less annoying with Cannonball, but just to make it interesting, I'll get rid of Cannonball. So I like to align myself ideally so it's right in front of me like this. I had to hold right there to get it. You can bend left and right a little bit. That time the bend didn't work. You can also get it if it's on the far side, but it's a little bit trickier. See, you have less room for error when it's on the far side. Your angle has to be more precise. And if you can kind of see the spider ball track that I'm going to... It's on the right here. It's right above me now. So if you can be directly across from that when he shows up, it's ideal, but don't worry about it. But you can bomb while he's going up to the next level. Save a little bit of time. Alright. I was too far right there. Yeah, this fight can get pretty annoying. Another thing to note is those 3 things that come down are fixed, sort of. Meaning, you can kind of track where they will come down, especially the last one. You can see the ones you've destroyed on the side of them there, and they're evenly spaced, so I know the next one's going to come down kind of near me. So you can kind of track where those weak points are. I knew I wasn't going to have enough time. Come on. Okay. The whole reason you kill him, by the way, is to get the next room to load from out of bounds. So when you kill Caretaker Drone, this door lock goes away, and it allows this next room to load from this room. So now you can kill this guy. I don't know where he went. That's very strange. Something weird happened. I don't know if it's the menu mod. Let's try this. This guy's normally here, and then you kill him. I don't know why he wasn't here, but that was weird. Once you kill him, you can go to Torvus. You can get a power bomb here if you need to. You need 1. Plus 1 or 2 later. But you need at least 1 for this upcoming door. There will be a cutscene here. Okay, for this boost, so I tap up a little bit so that I roll down. So you can see me kind of rolling down. And there's one line that when I pass it, I release the boost and hold left. So you see that line I cross when I do this? That's where right when I cross it is where I let go of the boost. And hold left, and you'll get through. If you really hate that trick, you can move the statue when you're in Torvus earlier, but it's kind of a waste of time. So we're going to leave to Temple Grounds. Because we've unlocked all the keys, we've done all the permanent flags we need to do. All that's left is Temple Grounds. You have to missile this door, but you're going to do that on the way, so it's not something you need to worry about. But you will need to missile that door for later. And you can just boost through the water there if you want, because you have gravity boost. Also, I'm gonna need a power bomb soon. Power bombs are the thing you need to worry about now. Okay, so first get this key that's right here. Oh, my light ammo's gone. Not much to say here. It's pretty straightforward. A significant amount of time, but I was probably going to take a break in about an hour. Make sure you shoot this door. If you don't, you'll be very sad, because that's the last door that you go through before Sky Temple. So don't forget to get rid of that barrier. I'll probably stop the walkthrough right before I do the light show wall crawl, because I might need multiple attempts at that, potentially. Hopefully I get a first try, but anyway. After you do that, go back the way you came here. And then shoot this block. It takes a second before it lets you do that. My energy is low. What the heck is this? Yeah. Jeez. Ran out of missiles. You need at least one missile. Well, you need 5. 1 missile pickup. That's what I meant to say. But anyway, go here. There's an E-tank here. This is a great one to collect because it refills your health. So dash and bend backward. I actually went too far backward. And then when you go back, you bend forward. And I need at least 1 power bomb here. You usually only have 1, which means you have to get another one from these guys. So I'll wait for him to get closer. And kill him in the slowest possible way. Okay. If you don't get a power bomb here, you have to go back to the pots 2 rooms prior. So it's like an 80% drop or something like that. But this dash, you bend forward. So line up about here and bend the dash forward. Or no, not forward. Back. That one's backward. And then backward. And then go in this middle post and bend the dash backward again. That's what you need the power bomb for. Jeez. Alright. Fine. Usually don't have problems with missiles there. I don't know what's different. But I guess that's something to keep in mind. Okay, so for this section, you want to get the best possible drops. You want health to drop later on. So I would try to get a PB here and some missiles, so that you make health more likely to drop. I usually kill this guy. You can just let him grab you by the door and he'll die. And I do a roll jump here. You want to be pretty close to the ledge when you start rolling toward it to set it up. I only have 4 missiles again. This is terrible. Could have just given myself missiles, but this is where you'd actually get them. So let's get this guy. You can also just shoot him with light beam or annihilator beam or whatever. Come here. So morph about here. Didn't get the roll jump that time. it's kind of annoying. You can also do the boost jump that you do later in the run. And it's extra easy because you have space jump. Alright. I don't know where all my missiles went, but whatever. So for this part, I like to have at least 4 E-tanks. So 400 energy total. Let me go back. I have about 5 now. But you want to boost very fast through this part. Keep boosting. Just keep boosting. You can stand here and shoot this. You have a lot of space here to move around. For this next part, I'm going to give myself light suit so I can spend a little bit more time. So you want to boost here, unmorph quickly, and jump here. So don't jump too far back. It's a little bit harder to jump up. But as long as you're like on this rock, you should be fine. And then you just jump up with a high double jump. And don't move forward too quickly either. If you move forward too quickly, it can kind of keep you from jumping. So wait to move forward. And that one. This is starting to get out of hand here. Might have to do something about these guys. Is there a... whatever. Anyway, so jump on this rock, then jump forward so that you have to approach this rock with good timing. You can also aim more to the right, I guess, if that helps. So be very good at that jump. That's pretty key. But you're gonna just boost, unmorph quickly, jump up here, and then it'll stop damaging you about here. So I'll get rid of blade suit. In fact, I can do this whole thing without light suit to give an idea of what it looks like. But you'll probably have about 3 E-tanks here. 3 plus. So boost, unmorph here, jump up here, jump up here. Boom. You have to shoot kind of farther up and left than you think here. I can get these drops. They probably won't give me anything, yeah. And you can shoot these to potentially get later. And now when you do this boost here, if you get hit by one of the ing, lay a power bomb. That's the only way to get out with enough health. Then you can jump up by this wall and try to grab those drops that you blew up, but it doesn't look like you're getting anything. If you're below an E-tank and a half here, or like maybe like an E-tank and 30 or 40 energy, if you're below that, I would try killing some of these guys, because you've got a lot of space to maneuver here, and you might be able to bring them over and try to kill them for drops. But you're going to lose about an E-tank plus, maybe an E-tank plus 30 health here. But just keep boosting here. don't stop boosting until you're done. And so I lost about an E-tank in 20. And you need, I'd say you need at least 20 health after you're done. So if you lose an E-tank and 20 health, you need 20 more on top of that to make it into a health drop. But with 5 E-tanks, which is what I usually get, it's really not that bad. That extra E-tank really helps. Anyway, so that's that key, and you might lose like 10 or 20 health here, but there's really not much to worry about on the way to Violet. So because we unlocked Light Suit, the Light Suit cutscene will stop us from leaving. So I activate the Light Suit cutscene and then wall crawl out because the door is locked. If you don't get Light Suit before this, which is what happens in some routes, then you don't need to do this wall crawl. But you can just jump on that guy's head, jump up here, then do a long space jump over here. So jump on his head, jump on the left side of this thing, and then jump across to this side. Kind of wedge yourself in this corner and you'll fall a little bit, then morph. Probably need to bomb jump once or twice before you can unmorph. Then from here, you can just mash the jump button as much as you want. You don't have screw attack or anything, so try to get up on this, like, hump. And then from there, you should be able to just... There's a lot of standable ground here. Okay, once you transition to this room, this next room, and fall, the room after will start to load. So I like to transition the room, then jump down and right. I didn't go far enough right. If you don't go far enough right, you should be able to just bomb jump this. Great. Yeah, you can wrong room like that. But it's even faster if you can land on that door and then walk to the right so that the room loads around you. Alright, I'm gonna do this again. I'll try to do that this time. So here, jump to the left of that thing. Jump across, it's kind of a pain to go a little bit right to avoid hitting your head there. And unmorph. Jump when you find standable ground. Bomb jump here. Found standable ground again. Oh, don't screw attack. You don't have it, so you don't need to worry about that. Just jump like this. Then walk to the right and the room will load around you. You have space jump too, it makes it a little easier. And as you can see, you have a decent amount of time to walk right there. That's the fastest way inbound. But, so, I'm gonna scan these two doors. You don't need to scan this one, because you're going to get that key on the way to Sky Temple, and you're going to come from Torvus. So you don't need to go through this gate at all. And we've already gotten this key. This is the door we used to get in here just now. And so the last key is this way. Right. This door, that door on the right is the one you go through most often in this run. So it's good to remember that the door you want to get to Agon is the one to the right of the elevator to the energy controller. But the last key that we need to unlock is here. You can shoot that portal and morph to squeeze in there faster. These keys are all pretty easy. There's only one difficult temple ground key. Okay. And that's it. That's all we have to do before we lose our items. Well, you have to scan one more translator door. So it's only been 3.5 hours. This whole section before you lose your items can be done in under 2 hours, like an hour 50 or so. But you gotta remember to scan this translator door. That's vitally important. And then after you scan it, you can lose your items. You don't even need to scan these two violet doors. You never go through that way. Okay, so that's the setup for item loss. Make absolutely sure you switch to Annihilator here. Don't forget that. You have to switch to Annihilator. And then walk into this portal and you'll lose all your items. You'll also lose Cannonball if you have it. So there's really no point in getting Cannonball early. It just costs a lot of time. It only helps against that one Ink Swarm section. Okay. So now every shot you fire, you have to charge up for a single shot. You don't have boost anymore, which is pretty annoying. Something I probably should have mentioned. This bridge here, at the beginning of the run, if you want to lower this bridge, it makes it so you don't have to do this trick I'm about to do. But you just ghetto jump here onto this crate, just like this. And then jump onto this. You can stand pretty much anywhere around here. It's not that precise or anything, and then scan this. And do not skip the cutscene. If you skip the cutscene, you'll be stuck. You can skip the cutscene now if you want, and you'll fall here. But if you lowered the bridge, you can just walk around over here and cross the bridge. So there's two options, but if you want to cross the bridge, you have to remember to lower it at the very beginning of the run. So light suit is ready for us to collect. So go left here. That room looks the same from every orientation, so you just have to remember. And yeah, free light suit. And we are now at 1% out of 4. You can't ride this energy though because you don't have bombs, so you can't activate the bomb slots that are next to all of the energy controllers. So for now, those warps are useless to us. So next we have to get Screw Attack. Unfortunately, we can't go directly to Sanctuary. We have to go through Agon. So, not much to say here, you just go toward Agon. Obviously, if you forgot to do that translator door, you'd be very mad at yourself right now. Okay, so we have to go out of bounds using Sand Digger again. You have to shoot him until you destroy one of the heads, and then get him to leave. And then go here and do the backup strat. Which apparently I can't do. There we go. Alright, and this is pretty much the dark beam wall crawl at the beginning. However, well, you have to shoot this door. You don't have space jump, and you have to go a couple rooms farther. So you gotta shoot that door to get the room to load. So go next to it so that it loads. And I hope you're good at ether jumps, because you have to do twice as many now. So for this room, I just ether jump all the way to the top. So you gotta back up a little bit to be able to do that. Okay, and then morph above the door. Then jump forward and right. And then once you see that background change, you can start moving left. The room will be like right next to you, so don't move too far left. And then go forward like this. Jump over here. I mean, if you're familiar with any percent, you kind of know the beats of this wall crawl. It's just a little weird with no space jump. I get a little bit extra height here, and then I find how far forward I can go before I fall. And then do a jump like this, and you can kind of back up and go forward again, although I missed it. It's possible to get too much height for that jump to the door. I don't know, it's kind of annoying. There. And yeah, for that jump, you kind of slide along the ceiling there so that you fall a little bit more slowly. You gotta shoot this door, same thing as last time. If the room loads on you, you can just walk over to this room and ether jump next to it and transition the room that way. Or if you're fast, you can jump on top of that door like the usual way. So, transition to this room, get a ceiling walk here. And then walk over the light beam door. You can morph here. The next room should be loaded. And then you jump forward into this room. Alright, back up a lot so that you're not in that room's box anymore. And jump into the ether here. It's lined up with the door. And then get a couple more jumps. Unfortunately, I lost all my height. So something like this. You want your crosshair to be at the top of that blue door. So, I mean, this is probably fine. It's probably fine to be a little bit higher up, but to be safe, I like to use the same height every time. Alright, so here, start walking right, and then hold up left. Or upright, excuse me. And I fell, so that won't work. It's kind of tight with the timing. I'll try it again. So, a little bit more height. Okay, now walk left until you're past the door. And then I'm going to deload the room. But I switch to upright here once I get past the blue door. So strafe to the right. Once you get beyond the blue door, hold forward and right. And you kind of fall in bounds like here. That's where you're aiming for. Or like here, I guess. I don't think there's any chance of you like getting stuck or anything, so it's mostly about just being fast enough getting to the place where it loads. I'm gonna keep moving here. I don't want him to kill me. Alright, so you have to dash to this. So first you activate the portal, jump on this, and then dash and hold and bend it back. Like that. If it says that the scan is too far away, that's usually good. If you start scanning the portal, you're probably a little too close to it. But anyway, you go out of bounds in this room. So hopefully you didn't complete this puzzle, which you didn't in this route. And then you can just fall through, because you're on the other side. And just keep jumping until you can't jump anymore, and that'll let you know where the ether starts. And then you can kind of look up like this to get a visual cue. Or you can use the background to help you see if you jump or not. But you need to jump all the way to the top of this room. These first couple of wall crawls are pretty miserable, although the blind one is also miserable. So I guess there's just a lot of them in this run. Ugh, lost a lot of height there. Okay. So you probably want to double back toward the room you came from so that it loads, and then walk toward the room you're going toward so that you have some time before it loads. I'm going to have to stall the loading because it's going to load extra fast since I'm not playing on disc. But eventually it'll load. Maybe it won't load extra fast. And you should fall on the door. For this jump, you just kind of jump forward and then left. And I fell too far, so I'm going to have to get some extra height here. And that's probably high enough, but I want to be extra safe and get one more jump. Yeah, that should be good, although I fell again because the room loaded. Alright. Make sure you go all the way around. So keep going left here until you're past this door over here. Alright then, go to this room. This is pretty simple. I'm gonna stall this room a little bit. The loading, it takes long enough to load normally that you can just fall on top of the door like this. You kind of go around the door and then fall on it. Once you're here, just jump and this room should appear. And what I like to do here is make sure you don't transition to the previous room, but jump, go forward a little bit, and kind of hold left along this wall so that you land here. And there's a slight barrier in front of you, so you have to jump, go a little bit right, and then hold up left. And then it's more forward than left for that jump, because you just need to get into this room's box. You need to go left enough to do that, and then just keep going forward so you exit out this side of the room. And this is about as good as you can do. You still have to ether jump a lot. If you have a terrible jump there, it's fine. You'll just have to ether jump farther. This room goes down pretty far. But that's just the fast way, the faster way. I don't know if there's a fast way through this room. So what I do here, I like to get a lot of height for this. There are like these coils here. I like to get enough height that I'm like above like this. So something like that. That's plenty of height. Alright, so now I line up with this leftmost line here. This yellow line. There's like a longer yellow line and then a shorter one right below it. So those two lines. I face that, trying to line it up now. Walk forward until I start to fall a little bit. And then ether jump forward, which I did not do correctly. So if I miss it, I turn left and get enough height. You can kind of mash B here if you want, because you don't have screw attack. Or you can try to time it. But you need to get a forward ether jump. Like that. Okay, and you should land on solid ground. And this should get the next room to load. So you can jump a little bit here, or just kind of wiggle forward till you get to a standable spot here. And now you need to jump onto this beam. This is the only beam you can jump on. And you have to jump a little higher than you think. But once you're on top of this beam, you can jump directly to the door. If you somehow overshoot it and you get in here, it's kind of a pain. You gotta kind of wiggle and try to jump. I like to wiggle kind of down here and kind of near this other beam. And I'm just mashing B right now, hoping I can get a jump. It's pretty annoying to have to do this because it's not consistent where you jump. But hopefully that doesn't happen. You can just jump on this beam and then jump directly to the door. Alright, so we got this room. Now face the direction you came from, so this way. And this jump, you have to be careful not to hit the side of this room. But you jump forward and then go upright. And again, you're going back into this room, the box for this room, and then going as far as you can so that you exit out of the room boundary. Once you do that, you can just ether jump up. And again, it's fine if you fall all the way down. This just saves like 10 jumps or something. And at this point, all you're doing is ether jumping until the previous room unloads. And you should know when that happens. Right now, okay. And then once that happens, morph and fall down to about here. And then the room will load around you. And then you can do that. Alright, that's 2 of the 3 wall crawls for this part. You can refill your energy here. You probably want full health. Okay. So here we're just going to go in the dark portal. So, Annihilator Beam does not activate light and dark doors, which is a huge problem, but thankfully it does activate both portals. So it at least does that. Okay, so jump onto this rail, then jump here, and then you can just jump up. It's not too difficult. So here, go not all the way back here, but like most of the way back. Not too precise, but lock onto this portal and then just dash left. And with any luck, you'll just fall all the way to the bottom. Alright, somehow I got a jump, which is pretty amazing, but go walk forward. Eventually you'll get a jump and you'll see your arm cannon start to bounce very slightly. And you can use that to figure out where the ether is here. So I'm going to keep going until I see it stop bouncing and then go right. And now I know I found a wall that I can either jump up. Not a wall, I guess, but like the barrier. Though it's not really working so far. If you need to, you can look up. That can sometimes help with the ether jumping, just knowing if you're jumping or not. And it takes a lot of jumps, so... You probably want to jump all the way to the top, but you don't necessarily have to. You can kind of jump toward this wall to near the platform here, and kind of wiggle your way over to the portal. But if you want to be extra safe and don't want to risk falling all the way down, I would just go all the way to the top of this room, because it's not that much taller after you get this much height. Okay, there. And rather than standing directly over the portal and morphing, I don't know if that really works. It might work, but I just walk toward the portal and morph. And you need to make sure you land somewhere here so that it spawns you where you want to be spawned. So dig into this corner, then dig into this corner, and fall here. And it should bring you back right by this portal. Alright. So for this part, this first jump, just jump toward this platform and you'll make it. For the second jump, line up at this corner, and then I line up like this, and I'm just going to jump forward until I touch the platform and then back up like that. So I kind of slid along the wall until I hit that platform, and then I backed up a little bit. And that's screw attack. The problem with screw attack is it doesn't work properly without space jump. Thankfully, in this particular room it works, and in the next room, but in many rooms it won't. And the reason it doesn't work, it's kind of hard to explain, but like, there's no way to set your space jump height. Basically, the way screw attack normally works is you'll do a space jump, and then you have to activate your screw attack within a certain height that you space jumped. And the height of your second jump determines the height that the screw attack goes. But without the space jump boots, you can't set that space jump height. So there's only one height in the entire sanctuary area that you can screw attack. And it just so happens that that is the height. If you're much lower than where I am now, it won't work. Or if you're higher than where I am now, it won't work. But you can just kill those guys like I did, kind of hiding behind the, here, I'll go back. There we go. You wanna kill these guys from in here, and you can kind of hide like here to avoid getting hit by them. But screw attack across this room, and then screw attack this way. I like to cancel the last one here. You can do that by hitting B immediately after doing a screw attack, or immediately after one pulse of the screw attack. Okay, so screw attack to the central platform, and and then screw attack here, because we're going to get cannonball again. If you didn't get it before, you'll have to activate this. So what I do is I look at these two squares, that's where the scan point is. And you can kind of go out and scan it like that. Alternatively, you can jump onto this platform, scan it, and then jump straight at it, and you'll land on it, and you can do that. But either way, you need to get that active. So you can pretty much fall to the bottom of this room now. And now you need to get out of bounds using this debris. So this one is one that I don't really have a good way to describe. Kind of line up like this. I don't know, this is probably one I need to practice more, because I just kind of wing it. But eventually we'll get in there. Jeez. Well, yeah, I'll put this one on the list of things to practice for next time. There we go. Once this happens, you unmorph, and it doesn't force morph you like this. That means you got it. And all you have to do from this point is hold L and wiggle up and left. Sometimes you have to go a little bit more left than up, but you should be able to just wiggle out of bounds. From here, go over to this door and use that as a visual cue for the ether jumps here. And you got to ether jump all the way up. So the nice thing about this is, once you get cannonball, it also gives you boost ball. It's not like real boost ball. It behaves, I guess it just kind of looks different sometimes. I don't know if there's anything else that's different about it. But just walk over here. You'll fall onto here. And then make sure you move the room back to Sanctuary Temple. And then you should be able to just morph and fall. If not, there's a standable spot where I am right now. Right where it kind of bends, I guess. The bend in this thing. And you can jump here. Just be careful not to screw attack. So I'm just going to jump forward again. If you are worried about screw attacking here, you can turn sideways and jump sideways instead of jumping forward. Although something weird's going on. Kind of stuck. Okay. So if you're worried about screw attacking, you can just jump to the right like that. And eventually you should go in bounds. It's usually not this much of a struggle. If you hang by this right side, sometimes it's easier to get in bounds. just go to this morph ball cannon, and same thing as before, you have to unmorph a little bit after the room disappears, and now you have cannonball, and because of that you can boost. So that just saves a bunch of time traveling. So now go back to the top of this room, and we're going to warp back to Great Temple. So I just kind of get farther away and descend a little bit so I can see this door. I can use that to get the height I need to jump on the door. Then jump and hold back right, and then get enough height that you're a little bit above the door. Something like this is fine. And then stay far enough away as you walk around. You have plenty of time. I don't because it loads fast, but I'm going to unload it. And you can walk around like this and just stand here. It'll load around you. And then you can go to the warp point. So the next thing we're going to get is bombs. That's an Agon. So since we still can't warp to any of the other warp points because we can't use the bomb slots, we have to warp to Great Temple and then go to Agon from there. So it's kind of funny, we have two items that like aren't technically in our inventory. We have Annihilator Beam because you had it equipped during item loss, and now we have Boost because of the Cannonball glitch. And yeah, it also makes you invincible during Morph Ball. So that's pretty nice. Useful for the final bosses, that's for sure. Alright. Okay, I like to save here. Cannonball opens the door because there was a missile lock on it before. Well, not save, but use it to refill my energy. And then you gotta walk around this room. And you gotta use a screw attack to make this jump. So this is what screw attack looks like when you aren't high enough or you're too high. This is all you can do with it. You cannot do subsequent jumps. And that's what it looks like for most of the run. And you gotta... This is a weird, like, I think it's a ghetto jump. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a regular jump. There. Okay, so these guys you pretty much have to kill this way because it's pretty hard to avoid getting killed by them and go through this room if you leave them alive. So just take them out like this. Annihilator Beam will home into them pretty well. And then just kind of climb the room normally and go toward the temple. This is very close to being high enough to screw attack, but I don't think it's high enough. Yeah, I still can't get it. It's like high enough for screw attack to damage this guy, so that's all we need. You just need to wait for this first phase to end. Once that happens, we can take out a couple of these guys if they're going to be a pain. But just wait for him to do an attack and screw attack at him. You kind of have to time it. That one's a longer attack, so I had to wait a little bit extra. You have to get used to the feel for the timing there. But you just I hold L like this and don't lock onto him, and I just kind of like follow him as he moves, and then once he starts to do something, I'll wait a little bit and then screw attack right at his head, basically. And if you get a good enough one, he'll die immediately. It's possible for you to just do damage to him, though. But once you do that, we're actually going to get the temple keys next, because after we do the temple keys and warp to Sanctuary, we don't warp anymore. We just go from one area to the next via elevator. So first we're going to warp out of here to Great Temple, do 2 of those keys, and then go to Sanctuary. You don't really need Spider for anything but the final boss, so there's no reason to pick it up yet. I guess there's one key in Sanctuary right after you get Spider. That's about it. Alright, you can do these keys in either order, but you just go through one of these doors, one of the 2 that's open, and then later we'll go through the other one. I'm going toward the harder key first. That's my preferred sequence. Alright, so you got a screw attack onto this, and go into the portal. Okay, so there's 2 ways to do this next room. One of them is way easier. The first way, the hard way, is to do a triple bomb jump, or a 3 bomb jump like this, which I almost got. Part of the key for that is to wait as long as possible before doing your second bomb, like right before the first one explodes, and then unmorph as late as you can. But I'm not going to do that. This is the easy way. So there's this little thing here. You go up to where that is, and if you look at the ground, it kind of bends right here. Go up one more tick mark on the ground. And then look here, and more forward. Now tap right. Now I'm holding R, and when I release B, I'm gonna basically do a BSJ input or roll jump input. That wasn't quite far enough. I think I actually unmorphed too quickly, but I'm not 100% sure. So line up here, face this, more forward, tap right. This might not work. Yeah, the angle is off. Try that one more time. Okay, so here's the pillar thing. Go to that first bend by that pillar and then up one more tick mark. Look at this. You gotta morph pretty far forward. Tap right a little bit. Alright, well, it's being a little difficult today. I'll try to do this faster. There we go. Alright, once you do that, go here. There's a Metroid that's going to bother you if you take too long here. But the real key for this is to screw attack at the highest point that you can. So at the top of your jump is when you want to screw attack. And this is probably one of the hardest tunnels to screw attack into. But going from the highest point really helps. Okay, once that happens and you're in, do a jump, don't really move, and you should land on standable ground. If not, you can kind of slide on this tunnel until you find standable ground. You need to be a little careful because you don't want to screw attack here. But I know I'm on standable ground, so I'm going to jump forward. And from here, you kind of have to... Well, I'm going to unmorph. Okay. I'm just going to hold L and move forward like this. And I found standable ground, so I'm going to try to turn right and jump left. That way, if you jump left and right, you won't screw attack. So that's a good way to avoid it. And there's a standable spot on this line. There's like a line around here. Near the edge, like here. This is what you want to aim for. And now you have to jump at this wall and wiggle along it. Just like that. Now if you fall, you can either jump your way back up, but it takes forever. So I'm going to keep going, keep finding standable spots, jump left and right when you find them so that you don't screw attack. And then once you get to this room, you gotta just keep jumping. And you should be able to jump from here and get to the top of the room. And from here you can just walk to the next door. Then just jump off the door. Alright, this part kind of sucks. But line up under the door like this, and either jump till you get into the next room's box like that. And I'm going to back up a little bit. I still need to be in that room. Okay. I'm going to go to the left here because the room on my right extends farther toward me than the room on the left, so I'm now using the other room to either jump. And once you get about here, you want to jump at the room on the right. Oh, I wasn't far enough up. You need to get more height than that. I was too far back. Alright. Okay. Here we go. Go as far forward as you can. And then jump toward this room. And then wiggle toward the door. And then hopefully it'll transition to the next room. If you're lucky. And then you gotta transition back. So don't move from here. And now jump and move left, and you should be able to unmorph in this room. Now keep the map on the wrong room here. And then you can just do a double bomb jump here to get this key. Then to escape, you have to do a screw attack from here. Got this first try last time, okay. If you unmorph like this, you're good. You're just kind of on this ledge. All you have to do is walk over here and then walk toward this tree trunk. Kind of toward the tree trunk. I thought that's where it usually worked. That is odd. That's never happened before. Now we know, I guess. Fall down here, walk toward the tree trunk. There we go. Okay. Well, that's how it's supposed to look. Okay, so you can get as close to this room as you can without losing height. And I lost all my height, so that's great. And kind of awkwardly either jump up here and then jump and then slide along the top and do that. Then I bomb jump up here and then bomb jump again to get a skywalk. And you'll fall down pretty quickly here. Like that. So stay over the room the whole time. Then just jump to this door. Transition to the previous room. Which is not working. There we go. And then you can unmorph into this room. That's it. So that's the hardest temple ground key, for sure. The rest are pretty straightforward. It used to be much harder before the boost jump. Alright, I like to refill my health here. These pirates can be Maybe I won't refill my health here. But I'd like to be extra safe and go up here, then screw attack like in the light world. These guys are being extra annoying. And yeah, just go back to the elevator. And go to the other key. You can save here if you want, if you're doing a segmented run or something. That save room that I just passed, if this is like your first run, I would use that save room before you fight final bosses, because it's pretty close to where you can get Cannonball. You can just warp to Sanctuary, because you're gonna have to get Cannonball before every attempt. So the best way to practice final bosses, so you can figure out how to beat them, either use the menu mod that I'm using and give yourself Cannonball, or use Dolphin. So shoot this when you first get in this room. Sometimes it doesn't want to, but you have to. Come on, beam. Alright. And then these guys should both go into it eventually. You can shoot them to make them go faster. There we go. Alternatively, if you fell, you can kind of walk over here and shoot it from here. But that's the best way to get rid of those guys. Go to the right part of this, and then aim for the right part of that, and you should be able to just screw attack there. And this one you just need as long of a jump as you can get. So delay your screw attack a little bit. Yeah, that key is pretty easy. As long as those Hunter Inc. guys don't kill you. Alright, we're gonna go to Sanctuary and get Spider Ball. And unfortunately, I'm going to stop for a little bit after Spider Ball, I think. That way I can do the light show wall roll. First try. Left. Just edit out any bad attempts. So we've got 2 of the 3 keys in Temple Grounds. We'll get the last one after we get all the other keys and we leave through Torvus. And that last key is right on the way to Sky Temple anyway. Make sure you get a screw attack here. You can go out of bounds if you fall. It's pretty much the only way back up. You just go out of bounds the way you do earlier in the run. Alright, Spider Ball guy. Not much to say here, just bomb him a bunch of times. He goes past you, and you can keep bombing him when he's stunned. They still work. I can try to get some bombs there, but I guess I gotta wait. Try to bomb him right at the start of the phase. That usually speeds it along. Although he's stunned now, I should have done that. Alright. I don't know, this boss is pretty straightforward. Wait for him to get here before you damage him for this part. And just wait here after the first hit. I like if it's not zoomed in, I like to hit X to zoom in for this, because it's just a better angle to see. Wait for him to get past this thing, and then bomb him here. Other than that, you just have to hit the bomb slots fast before they reset. Alright. Got Spider Ball. So this normally has a power bomb barrier on it, but I destroyed that earlier in the run. If you didn't do that, I said it was optional. You can go out of bounds here. It's kind of a pain. Walk into this tunnel a little bit like that, and then hit B and go a little right. And then hit B again, and you should be able to jump out. It's all about knowing how far to walk into the tunnel. And you also have to be aligned well when you're doing your screw attack to get in the first place, so. But anyway, you just jump like this and kind of wiggle over. is loaded, so you have to unmorph into it. Yeah. So I'm just going to get a lot of extra height here. Like that. So that's what you do if you don't do the power bomb thing. It doesn't save that much time because it is so much of a pain to go out of bounds. So, either way. And I'll just get this key real quick, because it's very easy. Nice. Never mind, I'll get it next time. Alright, so I'm going to get the easy key first, then do the light show wall crawl. So this is basically how you're intended to get this key. Alright, for this next part you have to go out of bounds using this tunnel. Okay, so I decided to redo the explanation of this wall crawl because there are some better strats I'd like to show, and previously the menu mod crashed in the middle of it. I don't think you can really do it on menu mod without it crashing, so instead of having two disjointed segments, I figured I'd just redo the whole thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and start. For this, make sure you walk far enough forward into the tunnel. And once you're far enough forward, jump and tap right to get like this. And then you can jump again, or press right and jump, and you should be able to get out. And then you can just jump over here. And that's too far, apparently. So you need to either jump to the top of this room, okay, and after you do that, I'm going to morph above this door, but make sure you don't go too far right here. Be more toward the room you have loaded, just in case, because the elevator room isn't loaded yet, and it's very easy to fall really far if you miss the door. Okay, so this elevator needs to be active. If it's not active, then this won't work at all, because you need to use infinite speed to hit this elevator hologram. So if you're trying to practice or something and you haven't done the rest of the route, or you did a slightly different route, make sure that is active. But at this point, just make sure you're on the right side of the door here so that you don't transition back, and then jump and then move up left so that you go here. Oops. There's no terminal fall anymore, so you can not worry about that. So just either jump to the top, go about here. Morph. Make sure that you land on this platform, because if you fall off the platform, I'm pretty sure you get stuck at the bottom there, because the bottom is solid. And I think you get trapped. So make sure you land on the platform. You can use the map if you have to line it up. But from here, I use this as my alignment, like the right side of this line. And then I just hold left on the control stick. If you don't quite get it, you can turn slightly left or right and try it again. It should work after a couple tries. So what's going to happen is I'm going to get infinite speed, I'll lay a bomb, and then boost. That'll cause me to hit the elevator hologram, which will load the next room and unload this room. So when this room unloads, I'll start to fall, and I have to unmorph to stop falling. Alright, so if you can't see the map at this point, it's because you have HUD lag on. So go to visors, make sure this is off. From here, I line myself up so I'm facing the door like this, and you can just walk toward the door. Start to walk slowly once you get close to it, because once you start falling, you don't want to move forward anymore. So I'm holding L, and you can see this shape on the screen. This will start to descend once you start to fall, so you'll see it start to move down. There you go. I'm falling now. So just let yourself fall straight down, then turn 90 degrees, this, and I'm just going to jump to the right so that the room transitions, and then jump again, press back, and then press back left. So you just want to jump to the bottom of this room here. And once the next room starts to load, it'll speed up a little bit. Like now. So from here, I'm tapping L right now to show the shape that I use to line up my ether jumps. I don't know why it's not showing up now. Okay. So look at this shape. Hold on. It's not appearing anymore. Okay. So this shape, you'll notice I'm moving left now, and you'll see it move left. Then I'll move right, and it moves right. And now I'll try to jump, and you can see it move up like that. So that's how you can see where you are, sort of. You can see how you're moving. So for this part, you want to ether jump up a little bit. And to do that, you want to line yourself up so you're just to the left of the door. The door is on the boundary of the room's box. So I should be pretty close. So I'm going to try to jump and then move right. And you can see that I stopped falling, so I know I'm in the ether. Just going to ether jump up to about here. Here. About here. This is about the height that I like to get. It's kind of hard to describe, but you can look at where the shape is on the screen. It'll be there if you pressed L and didn't release it, starting at the bottom of this room and just ether jumped up to here. This is what it looks like. You can also just look at the map. That's how high I am. But either way, get this high and then jump left. Either jump left, although I fell. It's a little easier to do all at once. So I'll try that again, although it'll take a second before I can jump now. There we go. So I'll just jump up to here. Let's jump again. Up to here, jump left. Okay, so I landed on the room. You want to land pretty close to the right wall. You can go a little bit farther left than that. Like where I am is okay. But if you go too far, you can kind of get stuck sometimes. So try to get as close to the wall as you can. Although if you go, obviously if you go too far right, then you'll fall. But at this point I try to line up so that I'm facing straight up at this point. So I kind of use the wall as a visual reference. Probably afford to turn a little bit left, but whatever. I'm going to walk up here along this wall until I get to about here. So you can see the top of my cursor is just at the bottom of the door. That's where I want to be. From here I'm going to move to the right so that I fall, and then I'm going to move forward so I press into the wall in front of me. So move right, fall, press forward, and I probably fell almost as far as I needed to. At this point I'm holding L, I'm holding forward, so I stay pressed in the wall, I don't lose any height. I'm just going to release the control stick slightly, very briefly. Well, I'll release it all the way, but very briefly. And that lets you descend a little bit. And you want to descend until you're about at this height. So the top of the cursor is at the top of the door. Once you get to that height, you want to wiggle from holding up to holding right. And just quickly wiggle to right and then back to up. So I'm just kind of moving the stick to right and then quickly back to up. You should hopefully get wedged into this little area by the door. And so there's two ways to get through this part. I'll only show one because I'd have to set it all up again to show both. The first way is to do a screw attack. That is risky because if you don't land the screw attack properly, you'll just screw attack forever and soft lock. But you can do a fairly non-risky setup. So first, go all the way forward and left that you can, and make sure you're facing straight up. So you're not turned at all. And then from here, see if you can jump. I have a full jump. If not, just tap backward a little bit. In fact, you probably need to tap backward a little bit anyway. And so tap backward until you've got this alignment. You can see how the arrow looks compared to the walls around it. So I just backed up a little bit to get to this position. Then from here I turn to about here. So I don't know how to describe this. I'm kind of looking at this corner. You can see it at the bottom right there, that corner. That's how I think of it. I just use the mini-map, and I see that the wall that I'm kind of pointed towards isn't really visible on the map anymore, because I'm pointed along it. That's the visual cue I use. I just use the mini-map to do that, but if you want to use the full map, that's fine. But this is where you want to start your screw attack from. And from here, you'll just hold L. You'll jump. Don't move at first. So jump, press B, and then press forward and B at about the same time. And hold forward throughout the screw attack. And you'll hopefully transition the room, but I'm going to move to the second method, which I prefer, which is to morph. Morphing is risky during this wall crawl. Almost all of the time during this, if you morph, when you unmorph, you'll lose the minimap. And if you try to look at the map at that point, the game will probably crash. So you don't want that. But in this case, we can morph without losing the map for whatever reason. I think it's because there's a fixed camera nearby. What I do for this is I go pretty close to the door, maybe back up a little bit, and just kind of centered is fine. You don't really need to line up that accurately at this point, but I'm kind of centered in the door right now, and I backed up a really tiny bit. The key is that you have a full jump. So I have a full jump now. I didn't quite have a full jump at first. Looked like I was hitting something. But you need to have a full jump, and what you're going to do is you're going to, near the top of your jump, you're going to hold up left. You'll kind of get wedged into some collision when you do that. And you can see that I kind of stopped falling. Like I kept most of my height, because when I hit up left, I got wedged. Once you get wedged, you want to do the following. Press X. After you start to morph, you can release L. But you want to keep holding up left for most of this. Once you're fully morphed, lay a bomb and quickly unmorph. During the unmorph animation, you can release the control stick. So to go over that again, I was already holding up and left. But I'll start the morph, release L, I'll keep holding up left. Lay a bomb as soon as I can, unmorph right after that, and then release the control stick once I'm unmorphing. So, alright. Morph, release L, bomb, unmorph. And I let go of the control stick. So what I've done here is I've bombed the door, but you can see that the map is still visible here. And that's what we want, although I am turned in a weird direction. So I'm going to try to turn back here. At this point, the door is actually open, because you're standing right next to it. And you can just press forward and go right, maybe back up a tiny bit. And you can see that that was enough to transition the room. This only works when the door is open, though, so that's why you have to do that part. But from here, go right, go right and maybe a little down as you're going right. You want to press right so you're not going to fall. So I'm holding right and then adding a little bit downward. And then from here, just press down left. After you've moved backward a little bit so that you don't transition the room back. It's not really that easy to transition the room back, I don't think, so probably don't have to worry about it that much. But anyway, once you get here, you'll be at the bottom of this room again. Strafe left to go around the next room. Make sure you go all the way around it. And you want to go forward until you're about here. So at this point, I think of it as I'm just below the corner here. At this point, move right until you can ether jump. Be careful not to fall too far. So try to figure out where that edge of the ether is. And then from here, just ether jump all the way to the top of the room. release L and hit it again so I can reset that shape that I used as a visual reference, but you can see that I'm not falling anymore, so made it to the top. And then just once you get to the top, you can just walk forward toward this door. You have plenty of time to do this. Just walk over the door. So we're above the door now. Then when the next room loads, you'll fall. You'll see the shape fall too. So we fell onto the door. I'm gonna try just jumping, and that ended up working. If that didn't work, you can turn like this maybe and jump to the right and try to get it to transition that way. But from here, turn like this, turn so you're facing 90 degrees from the door. And just jump straight up. Near the top of the jump, press forward, start holding forward, and then you can kind of wiggle to make sure you start to fall. And then start holding left. Once left stops... Once holding left, you can still fall while holding left. Just keep holding left at that point. Because you want to... Your goal is to move into the ether as soon as possible. So you need to move left as quickly as you can. You can check how high we are. This isn't enough height. You need to be above the top of this room. I probably need to jump like once to do that. So I'm going to turn here. For some reason L is not working. Shape to appear, there we go. I'm gonna do one ether jump. So I'm just moving left right now toward the room. Trying to get an ether jump. There we go. Is that high enough? Okay, yeah. So you only need the center of the icon to be above the top of this room. And almost my whole icon is. So that's enough height. Press L now. Thank you. So now I'm going to move a little to the right to get farther away from Hive Reactor. And now I'm holding backward so that I walk toward the next room. So right now I'm just walking around this room. You want to make sure you don't enter Hive Reactor's box, because Hive Reactor's box combined with Hive Reactor access having a really, really low bottom, bad things will happen. So I'm turning again. I want to walk toward here. Make sure I'm not entering Hive Reactor at all. Okay. I turn again toward Hive Reactor. Walk toward it. And once I notice that I'm falling, I'm gonna just stop holding the control stick at all. And hopefully I landed on the door. I think I did. Alright, I backed up a little bit and fell a little bit more, so I think I should be on the door now. So I turned again. I'm going to press L, show up. Man, it takes like a second for it to show up after you press L. There we go. I'm going to move right and jump. Somehow that didn't work. Try that again. There we go. So that transitioned to the next room. And then from here, I jump, wait to get a lot of height, then hold backward, and then hold back right. And I should just fall right off the door. I'm falling, falling, falling. Okay. Alright, so these next two rooms are the worst two rooms. And the reason is, this room and this room have a ceiling that's the exact same height. So you can't use the difference in ceiling height to fall onto the door like we did for the last couple rooms. The only way to get to the door, unfortunately, since you can't morph either, the only way to get to the door is to move along the top of this room to the door. And we're going to have to do this twice over the course of the wall crawl. It doesn't take that long, but it's kind of dumb. So I face this way. This floor that you're on right now is solid, although it's really far down. But since it's solid, you can just move forward and jump, and you can see that the shape is moving up and down. Maybe you can't see it because of all the flashing lights, but I can see it clearly enough on my screen here. And once you're no longer jumping, you know that you're in the ether. And then you can turn this way and start ether jumping. So you need to ether jump, but you don't want to go too high up. If you go all the way to the top of this room, then the only way to go back down is using Hive Reactor. You have to walk into Hive Reactor's box and fall. And when you do that, you'll fall all the way to the bottom again. So don't go too high. Make sure you check occasionally how high you've climbed. Not really getting jumps. There we go. There we go. Oh, missed one. And occasionally, once this shape gets too high on the screen, I'll just release L, press it again, and it'll reset where it is on the screen. Now I'm just falling all the time. There we go. Okay, let's see how high I am now. I'm getting... This is probably high enough, but I'm going to do like 2 more jumps just to be extra safe. So at this point, I'm going to move a little bit to the right so I don't fall. And then I'm going to walk forward. And I want to go to the middle of the next room. So, about here. I'm going to turn and walk toward the center of the room. You don't want to go quite to the center, you actually want to go a little bit left of that circle. But not too far left. So I start by going out toward the middle of the circle. Then work my way left. Kind of like this, until I should fall a little bit. There we go. So I'm at the bottom of this room. It has a much higher floor. If I move too much farther left, I'll actually fall into this room again. So I don't want to do that. I can move a little bit farther left. And looks like I have a jump here. So this is about where I want to be. When you're trying to get a jump here, make sure you first position yourself, then mash B. Don't try to reposition yourself and mash B at the same time. It's a recipe for screw attacking out of bounds. So I'm going to keep mashing B until I get a jump. Why it's not jumping. There we go. I got a jump. Now, at this point, you only need like 4 or 5 jumps or something. So you want to be kind of close to the top of this dome. That's the way I think of it. You can also think of the shape going near where your missiles normally are. But either way, this is about the height you want. And from here, I'm going to just jump right onto this tunnel. So, I missed the jump. Let's try that again. Let's do it again. I think I fell all the way to the bottom. 2, 3. I'm just going to do this with my normal visual cue. Okay. So I'm in midair now. I'm about to land on the tunnel. So this tunnel, you have to land and stay on the middle part that's bright red. If you're on the darker red parts, you won't be able to make it back to the middle of the tunnel, and you'll just eventually slide off. It would be okay if we could use bombs to get back to the middle, but we don't. So you have to stay in the bright red middle part of the tunnel. So I should be fine where I am. I'm just going to turn a little bit so I'm facing straight forward. This should be fine. So at this point I'm going to hold forward and L and just gradually move along the top of this tunnel. And eventually you'll feel a slight rumble when you approach a standable surface. And the standable surface is that little shape right underneath me. Kind of looks like a hexagon. All these little hexagon things are standable spots on the tunnel. So that's something to keep in mind. But I'm about near a standable spot, so I'm going to turn 90 degrees to avoid screw attacking. And I'm going to hit L here and move left. And then hit B at the same time. I think I have a jump now. Let me let go of L and hit it again. There we go. So I can see I'm jumping now. So I'm on a standable surface. So now I want to jump in this direction, kind of along the right side of the bright red path. So I'm going to hit L here again. There we go, and then just jump forward and make extra sure that you land in a good spot. So thankfully I landed on the standable spot. So I'm going to turn again. And you can see this is what it looks like when you land on the standable spot. But at this point I'm going to jump straight forward again. So as soon as I line it up. And I'm going to try to land on this standable surface, but I need to move move like the tiniest bit forward. Hopefully that wasn't too far. I think it was. Yeah, I backed up and hit B and I was able to jump. Make sure you don't hit forward and B at the same time while trying to find these standable spots. Always either go backward or left and right toward them, unless you're really confident in your ability to like release the control stick and hit B so that you don't screw attack, but it's just much safer to approach the standable surfaces from either the side or by going backwards. But anyway, so the final jump here is awful the first time. You want to jump... Okay, so let me get to this door on the far left side. So you can see these two vertical lines just to the right of the door. You want to kind of jump toward that rightmost vertical line, right where it meets the tunnel. Might not be able to make it all the way that far, but that's kind of the direction you want to jump. The problem is, when you land here, pretty much no matter where you land in the tunnel, up ahead, you're going to start taking damage. And so it's very easy to freak out and fall or screw attack. So you just need to keep calm here. But anyway, I'm going to jump forward. And I'm going to pause frequently during this jump to make sure I don't fall here. So I'm going to go forward a little bit. Going forward here. Maybe up and a little left. Alright, so I landed and immediately took damage. So at this point, first thing I do is turn so I'm 90 degrees. This. And this is about where you want to be. I might even be able to jump now. I'll see if I can. I'm going to hit L. Can't jump. I'm moving left, can't jump. I'm going to start tapping right, trying to jump. Okay, I can jump. So that's... You might want to just try tapping jump. Excuse me. You might want to try tapping right immediately. Because this is a standable spot where I am right now. This is frequently the standable spot that I end up at. Once you get a jump like I have, all you have to do is jump right. Or, excuse me, jump left. Don't jump right. You won't quite make it to the door. However, you don't really have to. Kind of just wiggle toward the door. So I'm going to turn a little bit here. And at this point, all I'm going to do is wait a couple seconds, and then after a couple seconds, I'm going to hit L and left at the same time. Well, that didn't work, but let me try it one more time. The L press just didn't register for whatever reason. Again, you kind of have to get lucky, but you can see that I was able to move left over the door here. And that trick works a lot of the time where you'll get stuck here. If you get stuck in the collision, you can't really move. Just wait a couple seconds without hitting anything on the controller, and then hit A direction plus L at the same time, and that kind of gives you a little kick sometimes. But anyway, I'm on the door now, so I need to jump, tap right, slide down, straight down, and then jump straight up. And the next room will transition, and from here, jump straight up, back left, and then back right. You just want to briefly tap back left to get off the door, and then back right to fall. And you're kind of in slow motion, so that helps. Again, don't freak out. Don't freak out. You'll probably take some damage right when you transition the room. But after that happens, start walking toward Hive Entrance. Hive Entrance will load, hopefully. This is where it crashed on the menu mod. But I'm now in Hive Entrance at the bottom. So at this point, Hive Entrance has a solid floor. So again, you can just walk forward and jump. Just keep jumping until your jump doesn't work. That's how you know you're in the ether. So right about now. And I turned 90 degrees. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to ether jump until I'm high enough to get to the ledge in Hive Entrance, where the key is. So I'm just ether jumping. Then once this shape gets to the top of the screen, I release L and hit it again so that it can recenter. You have to make absolutely sure that you don't jump to the top of this room. If that happens, I don't know if there's anything you can do at that point. So that's something to be aware of. Alright, so you need to get above this ledge here. So this is high enough, but I'm going to just do an extra jump to be extra safe. So that's plenty of height. At this point, walk a little bit away from Hive Entrance to make sure you have enough room. And then walk straight this direction. You want to go toward this room, kind of. But first you want to go parallel. So go in the direction I'm facing now. I'm going to keep going until you get kind of even with the middle of this room. And then... oh, not quite even with it yet. And then from here, you can just turn and walk toward the center of this room. And as you're approaching the room, eventually your radar will show enemies. You can see them now. And you can walk toward them if you want. At this point, when they're surrounding you, you should be in the middle, like this. And from here, you want to walk toward Hive Entrance, and it'll start to load. So I'm just walking toward it. And you want to have it load around you when you're on the ledge. So I just keep walking forward. You got a lot of time to do this, but don't be too slow. And anywhere on this square, you're safe. So I like to just... so you can see I'm kind of in the middle of the square there. Anywhere there is fine. Can't show it that well. So yeah, anywhere on this square is fine. So I fell. Now I'm going to turn back toward the door And you need to get to the back left corner here. And there's a thing that can hurt you if you're not careful, so I'm going to just inch forward, and you'll see my hazard meter start to go up. So I'm going to inch forward, inch left, inch forward, inch left. Try to avoid hitting it. Now I can just keep going forward, keep going left. And this file already got the key, but if you go all the way into the back left corner and jump, you will get the key. Guaranteed. The key is wedged all the way in the back left corner, no matter what you did when you shot it. So after that, back up, fall off the ledge, all the way to the bottom. Do the same thing as before, just keep jumping as you move toward the side of the room until you can't jump. So about here, I'm going to jump. Oh, maybe it wasn't here. There it is. Alright, so now you have to either jump again, one of many, many times. You want to go... This time you want to go just above this room. Hive reactor access. So... This takes a lot of jumps to get up here. Let's see where we're at. Doesn't help when I miss a couple. So I'm just doing ether jumps, releasing L, hitting it again to reset the shape. Okay, how high is that? Is that not quite there? You don't want to go too much higher than the top of the room, so this is probably good. And do the same thing as before. Walk away from hive entrance a little bit. Start walking this direction. Well, maybe a little bit turn, but basically this direction. And walk that way for a while. Until you get about even with hive reactor access. Should be getting close. This is probably far enough, but I just walk a little extra far. And here you can turn toward the center of hive reactor access. And then you can follow the dots on the radar. Or use those to see where you are. Okay, I'm going to turn, I'm going to head toward this room. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use hive entrance loading to cause me to fall onto the tunnel. And that saves me having to do an ether jump again to get onto the tunnel. So I'm going to just line myself up on this bright red part of the tunnel here. Something like that. So I hear hive entrance loading. So I'm going to move forward a little bit to about here. And I'm just going to wait until I start falling and then hold forward when I fall. Okay. So you can see that I fell onto the tunnel. If you hold forward too early or you got too much height, there's a chance you'll load hive reactor access before you've fallen far enough, and you'll still be in a skywalk. So if that happens, just back up a little bit, load hive reactor again, try it again, Eventually you'll fall far enough to get into this room's box and keep going forward. But at this point it's the same thing as before. Just keep holding forward until you feel a slight rumble. And you can check on the map if you need to see that you're not falling off or anything. Okay. Felt the slight rumble. I'm going to turn here. I'm going to hit L and left at the same time. I tapped L and hit... I was holding L. I tapped left and hit B at the same time. And now I'm on the standable surface. And I can just mostly feel it from the rumble. But you could also kind of see it on the mini-map there. So at this point I want to jump in this direction, just like before. Again, I'm going to kind of keep pausing to really line this up. Okay, so I landed on the standable spot, so we can just jump straight over here. A bit farther forward. That might be too far, but that's fine. Okay, I just backed up. Is it in front of me now? It is in front of me now. Okay, so I'm going to turn again, because I don't want to press forward and B at the same time. This way I can press left and B instead. Okay, so I have the jump now. Now I'm going to jump in this direction. Really make sure you land on the bright red part. Should be okay. Turn 90 degrees here to see where I am. Should be a standable spot just to my left, yeah. There it is. Okay. From here, same thing as before. I'm gonna jump and hit left, and that rarely makes it. I can kind of go left. I can kind of go back right, I guess. There's a higher standable spot you can use. There we go. Spot. So that's the, oh, never mind, it was the one I was at before. Should be about here. This is the higher standable spot. Okay. So I should just be able to jump left and land on the door here. And it's pretty easy to transition this room. Once you get on the door, you can pretty much just jump and it'll work. And then jump and hold back left and fall down. Then keep jumping forward, just like before, so that you get to the ether. And then ether jump all the way to the top of the room. And then, thankfully, that's just about the end of this. So again, I'm using that shape in the middle to do my ether jumps. See where it is that you have to jump. See how high you are. Still have a long way to go here. Okay, I'm at the top now. So I'm going to move toward the center of this room, but I need to make sure that I load previous room, entrance defense hall, first. So I'm going to back up until that room loads. And at this point I'm just going to walk forward into Hive Reactor, but you don't want to walk over the middle of this room. I like to go around the circular wall. So I'm going to hold L, walk along this wall here. Got hit, I guess. That's fun. Then just walk straight forward into Hive Reactor. I only need to go a little bit farther here. So, should be in there. So I'm just going to back up once I start falling, then press forward once I hit the door to transition the room. The frame rate is going to drop horrendously. I'm going to try this one more time. So you just got to make your way toward the save room at this point. Sometimes hitting L won't work very well. I don't know why the slow frame rate does that, but you might have to try multiple times to get your L button to work. But just keep walking. Just takes a really long time to walk through here. And you want to eventually line up so that you're directly facing the save room. So you're like perfectly lined up with it. So this is pretty close to what I want. It might not be 100% perfect, but it's pretty perfect. Actually. Sometimes I scroll over to here to see. Sometimes that gives me a better idea of whether I'm facing perfectly upward. But anyway, you need to get pretty much all the way up to the save station and then back up a little bit. I'm not going to back up. This is about where you want to be. And the way I think of this is the tip of the cursor is going to the middle of the save room door. At this point you want to morph, quickly unmorph, and then walk straight forward into the door. Morph. Quickly unmorph. Now you're not going to be able to use your map at this point. But once the visor comes back, might wait a second or so. And I'm going to start walking forward. I'm just holding straight forward here. the music should fade. And hopefully you'll go right into the save room. Yeah, I was holding forward that whole time. So it does take a long time to walk that far. Do not press the map button, because trying to bring the map up after it's disappeared can cause the game to crash. But that's all you have to do to get to the save room. And yeah, that's that awful trick. So you can pretend that I just got the, I just saved here with those keys. In fact, I'll really do it. It'll be like a real run. Although I have to get rid of space jump. Okay. And I'll reload the area. That can get rid of anything that space jump might do to screw attack. If you just reload the area, screw attack will behave as it should this run. Okay, normally you have cannonball as well, so I gotta get that back too. Okay. Alright, so for this part, you have to kill this guy. I have a theory that laying bombs is actually faster than using Annihilator Beam. I cannot confirm it, but it just seems to be a tiny bit faster. Bombs will only work if they're at his feet, though. If you're in the air, the bomb won't hit him. So, as tedious as this is, you pretty much have to kill this guy in order to be able to get through this room, because any way you get out of here, it requires a annoying bomb jump. Alright, so we could just I'm gonna spare you watching the rest of this. Just pretend I kept bombing him for a while. Gotta use your imagination a lot in this walkthrough. Okay, so jump up here. Screw attack up here. There's two ways you can do this. In my opinion, this is the harder way that I'm about to show. You kind of stand about here, more forward, and do a BSJ. You have to do a BSJ and then screw attack out of that. So BSJ inputs, I'm going to have my index finger on the B button. After I lay the bomb, I'm going to have my index finger on the B button and my middle finger on the X button. And I'm going to hit X and then B. And then once that happens, I'm going to hit L and attempt to do a screw attack while I'm moving toward this platform. So it's pretty dumb. That's kind of what it looks like. I don't know what happened with the screw attack there, but that's the idea. My preferred method that I do during runs is this bomb jump. And this is just a standard 3BJ. You have to adjust it a little bit to get enough forward distance. So I like to be about here, and all I'm going to do is, so a 3BJ is just, looks like this. Let me see if I can get a better one. Yeah, that one got a lot more height. that's basically what you're going to do. But for this jump, you're going to move slightly forward as you lay those final bombs. So in midair, move slightly forward. You don't want to move too far forward. You especially don't want to run off the edge at all before you hit that bomb. It's possible to run off the edge a little bit and have the bomb still hit you and move you up. But if that happens, you've already lost some height. But anyway, one of the keys to this is this second bomb has to be right before the first bomb explodes. It has to be as close as possible. That was a tiny bit late, but you see the idea. Alright, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to move slightly forward in midair, back up a little when I land, and then move forward. You have to make sure, like I said, you can't drop off of this platform even the slightest bit at any point. And you want to make sure that you hit X to unmorph kind of later than you might expect if you're used to playing Prime 1. You need to make sure you're at the top of the height completely before you unmorph. Unmorph doesn't really grant you really much extra height in this game. That's as far as I know. So it looks something like this. That wasn't the best 3BJ, but... Again, I didn't hit the 3BJ very well. You only have to go slightly forward to do it. Like that. I didn't really move the bombs that far forward at all. You might even be able to have the bombs not move forward. You might be able to just not move at all when you lay the bombs. I'm not sure. But either way, if you did the BSJ, you'll just walk along this platform, and you'll jump over here. Then from here, you want to aim for this corner. And you want to stand about here, do a double bomb jump. And this one I think does have to be kind of laddered. So this might take a little bit of practice to get used to laddering the bombs. You kind of have to move a little bit forward while you're laying the mid-air bomb. But once you get through with that, you have to land on this invisible platform. So I'm just shooting. You can see me hit it. This is kind of a feel thing to know when to jump. But I shoot here, and when it's going to the right, I shoot once, twice, and then screw attack. And that usually gives you the timing you need to land on it. Your mileage may vary. So now you need to get as far forward as you can on this platform. So you do that by shooting with Annihilator Beam, seeing where it hits the platform. Kinda see that I can move up a tiny bit. I mean, you don't have to be at the absolute, like, final pixel, but you want to be as far forward as you can. And then you're going to do a jump right about now. So right when I shoot is when you jump. You want to delay the screw attack on this a little bit. If you screw attack too early, you might not get the distance you need. But other than that, it's just a normal jump. And that's it. Those are the sanctuary keys. I know I made it look like a total nightmare, but yeah. I mean, it kind of is. Okay. So after you get the sanctuary keys, you go straight to Agon. And thankfully Agon has gotten a lot easier. Anyway, go here. And in this room you're gonna do a... This seems like it will be really hard to do, but you just screw attack into this morph ball tunnel, because you don't have that much room to maneuver here. It turns out, though, that if you screw attack here, you can get a lot of forward movement. Like that. So it's not really that bad. It's a lot easier than it looks. So yeah, just jump on that door, transition the room, either jump all the way to a skywalk here. Okay, then just keep walking here, all the way to the temple. You know, nice relaxing break. Alright. So I turn around here and look at the map. And I try to get into Hive Temple. Or not Hive Temple. Agon Temple. And this is where I morph. So I don't zoom in the map at all. And you can see that my cursor is just touching that second circle. That's where I morph. So you can morph here, all the way, and just jump to the door. To see where that is, where I was falling, this is the farthest back you can go. As you can see, the cursor is not touching the circle. So where I fall is probably closer to like here. So it's not really that tight. But anyway, you need to get to Portal Chamber, which is not that far. Just fall down here. It's a little scary going over this morph ball cannon, but just believe you can make it. Go through the save room. This is why you have to shoot the save room door earlier, because you need to go through the save room to avoid losing cannonball. If you didn't shoot that door, I mean, you could just go through the cannons, I think, and lose cannonball, but you'd have to go get it again. But anyway, let's do the Agon keys. So, first thing you need to do is a screw attack, and you have to go as high as you absolutely can with a screw attack. In fact, I think you might even need like a little bit of a ghetto jump to do it. So you're going to screw attack toward this. Let's see if I can get this. Okay. Well, I canceled the screw attack at the wrong time. It's kind of difficult to land on. You don't have much room. So you're probably going to want to cancel your screw attack. Didn't get enough height. So yeah, I'm using this slope to get a little extra height. This is just the worst distance, though. You can also, I think, use this slope to do it. But like I said, you need maximum height to get it to work. The blade pods, I think, would be destroyed. Bomb jumped. Yeah. I would just try doing this. Get a ghetto jump. And do some quick screw attacks like I was doing. Then on your fourth one, cancel the screw attack. So at this point, you want to unmorph here, and you want to face toward, well, you want to face away from this hole. So you want to face this way, toward the portal. And face this corner, basically, kind of like here, and then screw attack into the wall, go backward. Fortunately, screw attack that I just did, I don't know, I feel like it makes this harder. Maybe I'm making it up, but you screw attack just like that, you'll bounce off. In fact, when I do this, I kind of mash the B button. But yeah, you should get a screw attack bounce, and you'll bounce up here, and at that point you'll be able to just jump. You'll be out of bounds. Alright, so just climb up on this side of the door. Oops. I was about to jump to the door. Then just jump down here. Then you can climb this side. Jump back and left like this. You can walk around over here. Just walk backward and make your way around the room and walk toward this door. And then either jump up here, all the way up here, and you can fall onto the door. This is very similar to the wall crawl to dark beam at this point. At this point, when the room's loading, you can start to either jump up the side. Fall down here. Careful not to screw attack by jumping forward. It's possible that that would happen. But we're gonna go past this key first, and then we're gonna come back to it later. So use this door to line up. We're gonna jump on the top door. Use that to transition to the next room. Then same thing here, jump on the top door. I'd like a little bit more height, but it's not a big deal. Now just walk around this room. You'll fall down a little bit, like here. But try to get a jump, and you can just press against the room like that to transition to the next room. And walk over here. On this side of the door, if you go far enough back, you can either jump like this, do that. Now, you need to change back to the previous room, jump back like this, then unmorph into this room. Okay, so shoot this. Maybe get rid of this guy. Do not go touch this door. You don't want the map to be on this room. It's pretty important that it's not. Usually they die when you do this, but I'm not doing it. So from here, just jump onto the center island. Screw attack onto it. For some reason these guys don't attack you. I don't know why. Maybe it's because the room's on the wrong room or something. The map is on the wrong room. But anyway, you need to jump like here. So jump here. You'll land on this. At this point you want to morph on the same frame you enter the water to get air underwater like this. I guess those guys are attacking me now, but thankfully it's not a huge problem. You can take care of those ing things up there if you have to. It might make it a little easier. But if you fell down here and didn't get air underwater, you can go over to this part of the rock and face this rock, morph forward, lay 3 bombs as fast as you can, and you can kind of do a BSJ backwards. Will it work with air underwater? I think it does. I'd like to at least show that it works. It's kind of an annoying jump. That almost had it. You don't get normal physics, unfortunately. This jump is so annoying. Okay, that's how you do that. And then you can get air underwater. So to get this key, I usually do 1 bomb, followed by 3. I think that gets you a little bit more height. Okay, and then we're just going to screw attack out of this room. So I line up with this corner face here, like a little bit left of this corner here, and then screw attack. And I screw attack when I'm pretty close to the ground. So let me try this. And you can just walk right out. The reason I have a setup like that, even though it's a fairly lenient screw attack, there's sometimes if you screw attack the wrong way there, you'll get force morphed, like the game will morph you, and you'll lose air underwater for no reason. I don't know why. You're not really that close to the water box, the edge of the water. But anyway, once you get out, you can just walk along here, and to transition back, you can do a thing similar to what you did before. You can just jump under the door. If that would work. Oops. Now I can't seem to ether jump. Probably shouldn't be trying new strats. No, that doesn't work. Don't do that. I usually just go on the side of the door and try to load it that way. But it can be a little finicky. If you jump on the top of the door, it'll work. There you go. It's just kind of a pain to jump on the top of the door. Anyway, one way or another, just transition this room. Then jump onto this door. I did not know that that was a thing. Whoops. So the start of the next room's box is lined up with this door, not this door. So be aware of that. You can jump on this door, position the room, go back, then you want to go all the way to the top of this room. Alright, so for this part, you can just try to line yourself up and morph here. I try to do it while I'm moving forward. For some reason, it makes it easier for me to line it up. It would just suck to fall, and you'd have to do this wall crawl again. But once you get that, you can just jump down and you're going straight back to the portal room that you came in from. Yeah, that would be a lot of button mashing to lose 1 minute. I probably don't press B that many times in this entire run. So this is pretty straightforward though. Just make your way back to the portal room, take the portal out. I think you can scan this like some dumb way, but you can also just jump up. Like that. So now we're going to go to Torvus, which thankfully is very close by. It's like 2 rooms away. So now we just have to get the Torvus keys and 1 Temple Grounds key on the way to Sky Temple. Go ahead and save here. Just in case something terrible happens. Who knows? So at this point, you're gonna go here. Once you get to this room, you're going to go out of bounds in order to get to the portal. So, well, that was pretty nice. Just do that. I don't really have a trick for that screw attack. It's very similar to other screw attacks like that, though. So you want to get about this much height, jump over here, and then wiggle around the wall here, and you can fall through. You're falling through, like, here. You can just space jump out of this. There's a gap in the collision. So that's all you're doing to get to that portal. Don't collect the missile expansion, obviously. So go here. You can make this elevator change course by pressing up against it and have it go down to get you. But yeah, just go over here and boost toward this key, and you can just ghetto jump to it from like around here. There we go. And this enemy is just, he's just terrible. Don't like him. Never did. That usually gets him. Can't resist it. Alright, so for this I kind of screw attack to this ledge. There might be a better way to do it, but screw attack really low like that, and you can kind of jump up here, and then from here you got to do a bomb jump. It's not really that bad of a bomb jump, but yeah. Man, 2 times in a row. So stand about here and forward halfway down, something like that. Anyway, so we're going to do the same wall crawl we did earlier, except this time we don't have space jump, so it's a little bit more annoying, as usual. So jump about here. This will load the next room. And then I just kind of move along the tunnel like this. I wish there was a faster way, but I don't know of any. Then you can start to jump around. Just be careful again not to screw attack. If you have to turn sideways to do a jump, that's much safer. But if you're confident you're standing on solid ground, you're usually okay. Just like don't mash B or anything like that. Okay, get a jump here. And we're gonna jump toward the door. Hold back right. And you want about this much height, I'd say. And I kind of keep away from the until I get close to this door. I approach the door. Just kind of wiggle toward it. Walk over to this door. We're going to do the same thing we did before. So jump to transition. Line up about here. It's not that precise. And then as soon as it goes black on morph, turn to face this way, like toward this tunnel. And then when you see some stuff appear on the screen, you can see those little particles and stuff, just slowly move forward until you drop a little bit. And then you can turn around and you can actually kind of see this door frame pretty clearly. Sometimes it's pretty faint, but just move toward that door frame. You'll kind of feel the controller rumble when you land on it, and then you can turn around again and walk. You can walk toward the room, and you'll transition to it. So that's the fake door. Stupid crap. But at this point, fall onto this door, jump, and then go right. This. You can just get a skywalk here. And you don't really have to worry about anything here. Transition to this room, jump, go back. I think this room's going to load really fast, so I'm going to try to stop it from loading too fast. Okay. Fall in this door. You'll have more time than I did. You don't have a ton of time, but you have a decent amount of time to walk over this door and fall onto it. Now, unlike last time, we're not going to jump down here. Instead, we're just going to go in bounds here. So go back to the previous room, jump up here, morph, and bomb jump. Hopefully you'll just get right in. This morph ball cannon it doesn't take away cannonball, so don't worry about that. See, I can still boost. Oh man. Okay. Alright. In this room, I prefer to get rid of these guys using bombs. It takes some time. However, you can very easily spend just as much time shooting them when they fall down into the water with you. In fact, you might even spend more time killing them that way. So, you don't have to kill these guys. Obviously, it's much faster to embrace the chaos and do all these tricks with them there. It's certainly possible to do that. I just don't like taking those risks that far into a run, unless it's like, you know, if you're running a couple minutes behind your PB or something, and you really go for it, then don't do those guys. But yeah, it does take an annoyingly long time. I won't cheat using power bomb this time. this too. Okay, shoot this, and then shoot this. Just right to the key, and just jump and get it. Okay, to leave this pool, there's two options. I'll try to... I don't know if I can demonstrate both, but I'll explain both. First thing you're going to do, no matter what, is lay 3 bombs and kind of do a BSJ. Just kind of go... see where this comes to a point here. You go on the right side of it, kind of like here. You should... maybe I'll lay 1 bomb first. That gets you a little bit more height. Okay. So there's 2 ways to do it. One is a BSJ, and you kind of BSJ, then screw attack toward this ledge. That looks something like this. I'll try to do it. It's a tough jump to set up, that's for sure. I can't even get the instant unmorph. I'll show you the easier way though. Hold on. I'll try this one more time. I don't remember how to set that up, but there's plenty of runs that use the BSJ out there. That was the old method. The newer method that I found, thank you very much, is much easier in my opinion. You just kind of go over to the corner of this platform. Let's see, I usually go to this edge. Now if you look at this gate in front of you, it's hard to describe where I line up exactly, but it's just like here. This is where you line up. Maybe a tiny bit to the left, but right about there. And what you do is you just jump forward, screw attack, but instead of a normal screw attack, you release L and mash B. So it'll look like this. That was almost it. I think I might have screw attacked a little early. So get pretty close to the edge. It's not really that precise, actually. There. It's just a screw attack, release L, mash B. As long as your alignment is correct, so that you're perfectly perpendicular to this edge, it should work. And that's just so much easier. But then you have to do a double bomb jump, so if those guys were still alive, they'd probably knock you back into the pool or something, and then it would be really frustrating. Make sure you don't fall into the water here. Just jump over here. And then do a bomb jump up here. Alright, so we need to make this room go dark. If you had space jump, you can just kind of go here and space jump until you hit your head on the ceiling. But we can't get that much height with only 1 jump, so what you do is you morph, roll to about here, and then do a BSJ. And if you get enough height, the room will go dark like this. So from here, go up to the door, move left as far as you can. You actually get stuck here. Then from here you can kind of back up a little bit and keep going. So yeah, you get stuck, you can kind of back up. Eventually you'll be able to keep going left. And about here is where I just a little bit away from the door, like that, and morph. If you do that right, you'll just fall down here. And from here, if you react in time, you can hold right and potentially land in the ether, but I actually made it. Right. So yeah, just go right where you fall. Wanna kind of go here. So you want to be here, I guess. Kind of back from the door and to the left of it like this. And you can just ether jump like that. Be back up a little farther. Then yeah, just jump over here, top of the door. After you transition, it's kind of a pain to get out of here. You want to jump and then kind of wiggle left and then right at the top of your jump. It's kind of annoying to avoid transitioning the room back, but after you do that, you want to jump to have a skywalk like this. And you can morph pretty much where this main room meets this small passage. So like here-ish. This is about where the next room starts to load. Then from here, just work your way over to the door. You can bomb jump your way over, or whatever. Looks like I can jump. Something like that. From here, you want to jump forward and left so that you can get into the ether, and then just bomb jump to the top of this room. Or not bomb jump, ether jump to the top of this room. Okay, I'm at the top. I'm going to keep the next room from loading. You have plenty of time, as usual, but I don't because I'm using the menu mod. Then eventually the room will load and you'll fall onto this door. You transition it like that. Then at this point you want to jump off this door, make sure you don't transition as usual, and then go forward and to the right. Keep going right. Now back up a decent way from this tunnel. You want to get out of this tunnel's water box. I'll show you where it ends. Here's where it ends. And if you go far enough away, you can jump without having to deal with water. Now at this point, I usually go up to the save room because I shot it with a missile earlier. You can go over to the elevator, so you can walk around like this. And ether jump up here. You want to be higher than I am now, because for some reason this room you tend to fall farther when it loads than most rooms. So you can kind of fall out the bottom of the room kind of easily. But yeah, you can get a little higher than I am now and just shoot the door, and the game won't crash or anything. You'll be able to do it. I can demonstrate about where you'd want to stand. So you'd want to get, I'd say, this much height, like somewhere around here. Shoot the door, and you want to walk back pretty far after you do that. So shoot the door, get close enough to where you know it's going to load, and then walk back. And that would work fine. Either method works to get back in bounds. I'm just going to do the save room. So, save room is very, very lenient. Just get a little bit above the floor. Shoot the door. we're pretty much done with Torvus. Alright. So now we're going to leave Torvus toward the temple grounds exit. For some reason, I instinctively will switch to power beam sometimes in this portion. So, well, I've done it once, and I hope to never do it again. So, you know, just a reminder, don't switch to power beam. But just keep going through here. You can, like, stay morphed in this room and just boost these guys kill here. Alright, Torvus is done. One key left, and then we can fight the final bosses and go to bed. In my case. Alright, so go toward this portal. That's the last portal we enter in the whole run. Pretty exciting stuff. Pretty basic stuff here. This key is one of the easiest keys, which is pretty nice. It's just a bomb jump. Alright. I was wondering if you could make it high enough onto this, but whatever, just bomb jump. Okay. Hopefully you remembered to shoot that secret lock. Okay, final bosses are very dumb. You don't want to save in here. What you'd probably want to do is go to Great Temple and save in there. If you're doing like a segmented run. Which would be kind of a journey. But it would be it'd be possible to do that. But the save station in Great Temple is a good one to use if you're doing a segmented run, because you can easily warp to Sanctuary, get Cannonball again, go back, and go to final bosses from there. But you know, I don't need to worry about that now, since I can just save like this and give myself Cannonball at any time. But anyway. So this is kind of weird. You can't screw attack right now. But if you jump toward this wall and hit the bottom of it and bounce off like this, you can now screw attack. So just screw attack toward it and go all the way up. If you screw this up and fall, you'll have to leave Sky Temple and try it again, because you'll have set the screw attack height too high, and you won't be able to get back. So, okay, so I had to re-record this boss fight because you couldn't hear my voice on the original recording. So for this recording, I'm going to cut the music. Alright. So to start off with, this boss has this part of the fight has 3 phases to it. And each phase, as I think of it, gets faster and faster. You'll get more tentacles in the later phases, and when he rotates his shields, when you're shooting at him, they rotate faster and they change directions more often. So the pace of this part of the fight kind of increases with each phase. So the first phase, that ends when his health bar gets to the letter I in Emperor Ing, and the second phase ends when his health gets over the letter M in the word Emperor Ing. For this fight, I like to stay right here in the center of one of these things on the floor. And there's a reason for that that I'll mention in a second. So when he does this attack here, where he moves to the side and he starts moving the tentacles in a circle, you can hit his tentacles with Cannonball right when he's done with the attack. So as long as you memorize where the end of the attack is, you can hit all the tentacles at once with Cannonball. The problem is, since there's 3 phases like I mentioned, each phase, this attack ends at a different place in the room. So I'll go over all those 3 spots you want to BR. But this is why I mentioned that you want to be in the center of this circle on the floor here, because that'll line you up for all of these positions where you can hit the tentacles with Cannonball. So since we're in the first phase, you want to go here. Let's see if I can get there fast enough. You have to be really fast for the first one. You got to go about here. And I missed one of the tentacles, but you can see that I hit 3 of them. Okay, so now he's going to become vulnerable. For the first 2 phases, I mostly just try to kind of just wing it, but so you want to line up with it. You want to jump or dash once the laser starts, and that wasn't good. I had jumped before the laser started. I'll try to do a better job next time here. But yeah, I go back to my original position here. Alright, he's doing it again. That's good. Alright, I think I got a couple of them. The first one's the hardest one to do. First phase. Because he only rotates around once when he rotates around the room like that. When the tentacles rotate around the room. So you have to get to your spot really fast. Alright. I still didn't get them all. Not locking on. I don't know if it's better than locking onto the tentacles, but since you have homing, that works fine. Alright, so this time I'm going to dash when he does the laser. Or jump. I got lasered again. That was pretty rough. With practice, you can kind of get in a groove where you just can avoid the laser just more naturally. Come on. He still hit me with it. Okay. Alright, he's turning here. Dash when the laser starts. Jump that time. Okay, so we should be in the second phase. His health bar is just over the letter I, like you can see there. Alright, so if I'm right, you want to go here for the second phase. But, man, I guess we're not there yet. I should have known. Usually, if he only spawns 4 tentacles, that means you're still in the first phase of the fight. Alright, I'll try this again. I don't know if I reacted in time. Got one of them. You can also get close to him like this, and his laser won't hit you. Or, it's more difficult for it to hit you. But you gotta be careful that when you get close, it's harder to lock onto him. So, if you're planning to get close like that, you want to lock on while you're farther away, and then move closer to him. So now we're for sure in the second phase, so I'll move to the spot on the floor where you want to be. And as you can see, that just destroyed all of his tentacles real quick. Yeah, you can do what I'm doing now where his laser can't really hit you. It's kind of finicky though, so don't be surprised if it breaks through like that. So I think we're in the third phase now. That was actually a really good attack, I guess. Alright, so for the third one, you want to go over here. So if his health is over the letter M or below, you want to go on this spot on the floor. And that, count them all. So for this part, this is the hardest part, because he's going to be moving really fast here. For this part, I like to think of, I kind of count how many times his shield like pulses. And it'll kind of pulse 3 times, and then turn around. Then pulse 3 times, and then turn around. So you can kind of use that to anticipate when it's going to change direction. Alright. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. It's going to turn around. 1, 2, 3. It's going to turn around. And also, another thing I almost forgot to mention, right after this, once his shield, once the tentacles come back, you can wait in front of him a little bit and hit the tentacles as they're hitting the ground here, like this. And that can save you some time, especially when he does this attack. The fewer tentacles he has, the less time it takes. But for the most part, I usually just wait for him to do the sweeping attack, where you can just kill all the tentacles at once. So it's kind of just luck dependent, but usually it doesn't take too long to do it. Let's see. There. Alright. Alright, he's turning around. Turning around. Alright. But, I don't know, that's enough for that phase, I think. That should hopefully get you through that phase. It definitely takes some practice. Emperor Ing 2, though, is incredibly easy. There's almost no thought required. The only thing is, if you want health, you can try to get a health drop here. I might do that, actually. Although, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. Here we go. Alright, so this fight has what I consider to be 4 phases. Every 25% of his health that you drain, he'll kind of like flinch and he'll put his shield back up. So he's got a shield that you have to attack first, and then once you break his shield, he'll either become vulnerable to light beam or dark beam, and that's when you can actually do damage to him. Since you have Annihilator Beam, it doesn't matter whether it's light or dark that he's vulnerable to. You can hit him with Annihilator no matter what. But the point is, he has a shield, you have to break the shield, and then you can actually do damage. And then once you get to that 25%, 50%, or 75%, he'll kind of flinch, he'll put his shield back up, and he'll move to the next phase, quote unquote. So the first phase, he only does a couple of attacks. He'll jump, that's one of his favorites, and he also does a laser attack. He does different attacks when his shield is down as well, which I'll try to point out. So for this attack here, this laser attack, you can just morph like this. You can also jump or dash during it, and pretty reliably avoid it, so I'll just jump a little bit. And you can see that it only did 9 damage to me. So if you're trying to really press for time, you can do that. Alright, so I broke his shield there. Let's see. Is he light or dark? He's dark. So when he's dark, he can sometimes spawn night barbs. I think that's what they're called. Should also point out that you can target him instead of manually aiming like I am. I think manually aiming hits him more reliably, so he's spawning some enemies here, so I'm just going to move over here, kill them all. Oof, that took me by surprise. If you don't kill the enemies right away with Cannonball, you just lose out on so many chances to hit him, it's not worth it. But like I said, you can target him like this, but you'll notice that most of your shots tend to hit his front leg. So I think you can get a little bit better shot accuracy by aiming up like this. So the first phase is the slowest. The first 25% of his health is the slowest because he doesn't do attacks that he does later that are actually really favorable to you. And for that reason, I actually like to take damage, like I said, during those laser attacks, because it's really your only good chance to hit him. It's one of the most reliable times you can hit him, and he's just being a pain right now. These guys die. Alright, they dropped health. That's nice, I can tank more laser damage. Okay, so he's doing the lasers again. I don't know why I morphed, but it's fine. But yeah, morphing is a reliable way to avoid those lasers, obviously, and you won't take any damage if you do that. I'll just jump though, so I can get more hits in. Oh, I'm missing a lot. Alright. He pretty much does the same thing without his shield for the first phase as he does with his shield. The only difference is he'll spawn those enemies. And yeah, I absolutely want to trade some damage for hits here. You can see that I got like 4 hits during that last laser attack. And all I'm doing is I'm occasionally just pressing R so that I can realign my aim. And I'm just, you know, holding L and then sometimes tapping R to turn. Once I get to like 50% health, I'll start to be a little bit less risky with those laser attacks. Alright, he should move on to the next phase soon, although he's being a pain as usual. You can hit him when he does that. Okay, so that finished the first phase. So bring his shield back up. I've done 25% of his health. And this attack is just really nice when he charges like that. That's one of the new attacks he does in the second phase. Right, he was about to charge, but I interrupted it. Okay, when he does that noise and that motion, he kind of like swirls his head around. He's going to do this big laser move, and for that you absolutely have to morph as soon as you realize he's going to do it. And for the dark beam version, you have to bomb, because it'll freeze you. Okay, he's going to do the nice charge move. So I just boost past that turn. And you can see that you can get a bunch of hits in when he charges like that. Okay. He's doing the big laser again. That's one of the things you really need to watch out for. Both the small lasers and the big laser are two moves you need to really know when they're coming. The other ones are pretty obvious. You can hit him when he does this. I don't know why he does it. Whoa. Yep. Those are small lasers, though. The small lasers and the big laser looks kind of like the same. He makes a different noise, I think, though. So you can use that. Right. I'm surprised that first shot didn't hit. Big laser. Man, that's really close to the end of the second phase. Which probably means next time he's vulnerable, he'll only take 1 or 2 hits. Which kinda sucks. Ow. Yeah, I can't take risks with that anymore. My health is too low. Okay, so that did end the second phase. He didn't flinch or anything. Now that we're into the third phase, he'll do a different charge attack where he'll stomp on the ground twice. That might be the only thing different he does. This. So he stomps twice, then he rears up, and you can just kind of boost behind him when he does the rear up. Big laser. This charge attack is much nicer because he does the roar. He roars afterward, and it lets you hit him like 2 or 3 more times. The one where he stomps twice, that one's a little more fickle, I guess. For one thing, if he's too close to you and he's stomping, he won't do the thing where he glides. He won't rear up and then glide. Instead, he'll just immediately charge at you, and he'll end up like knocking you 10 feet in the air. And that usually is just time loss when that happens. Big laser. I was just in time to stop it. should be getting close to phase 4 here. That was a good charge attack. Once again, I was like one shot away. Yep, I was one shot away again. Alright, we're in phase 4 now. I don't know if there's really that much different from phase 3. Except that his weak point is extra shiny now. Alright. I'm gonna back away from this. Alright, he decided not to do the rear up and charge thing because I was too close to him. Damn. Okay, you can hit him in the back here, but I found that the first shot that you do can either not do any damage to him or can actually heal him. Especially during, especially when his shield is down. When his shield's up, I'll usually hit him in the back. When his shield's down, though, it's just not worth it. I've seen him heal a ridiculous amount of damage from a single shot in the back. I don't know exactly how it works. There might be a way to consistently do damage, but I'm not sure. Yeah, you can unmorph as soon as he starts sliding. Like I said, I'll shoot him in the back when he has his shield up, just to make him turn around faster. But if he has his shield down, I just don't risk it. Yeah, I don't want to die here, so I'm not going to chance it with those lasers. What the heck? Should hopefully only be a couple more minutes here. Couple more shots, I think. Once again, he has probably one shot left of damage. Okay, so I had to redo this part as well. So I'm just going to give myself space jump so I can make this jump. But you can switch to power beam as soon as the fight's over. And from there, you can just fall down like this. So for this fight, you want to hit Dark Samus with 2 charge shots right at the start of the fight. So here we go. 1, 2, and then just shoot her a bunch. And she'll do this beam attack either 2 or 3 times. After she's done with the beam attacks, she'll fall down to the ground, and you have to wait. I think of it as like 2 seconds before you shoot. You can also look at visually how she looks. Like she'll kind of crouch down when she lands and then straighten up. And once she's done straightening up, that's when you shoot her. Either way, you can use either way to figure that out. But here we go. That's when you shoot. And you want to be as close as possible when you make that shot, because you don't want the beam to have to travel real far, and that can throw off your timing, because you'll also have to take into account, you know, how far the beam is moving and how much time that takes. But you basically just have to do this a couple times for the first part of this fight. And you can dash behind her like this to be a little bit more safe. Because sometimes you can like get stuck in the ground for whatever reason. But once this part's done, I go near this, kind of at the outside of this circle for Dark Samus 4. We're not there yet, but that's where I line up. Okay, that should be the end of this, I think. So if you line up like I do, the only thing you have to worry about is not moving when she does the small phase-on bits like this. Just don't move after she does that, and you should be able to absorb them all. If you move like at all after she shoots those, they tend to hit you, which can do a lot of damage. And you can just do a charge shot here, and then morph and hit her that way. So I just look up like this. Watch to see what she does. I'm not going to move here. And once you get the hang of this, it's pretty easy to do. Sometimes she'll be sneaky and do something like that, where she shoots at you like that right when you're about to shoot her with the charge shot. So just be alert. And just watch carefully for when the small shots are coming. And yeah, to avoid the damaging beam, you just kind of walk in a small circle forward. Like this. And yeah, that's pretty much all there is to this fight. That's it. The reason I stand where I do during that fight, during the last part, is because when she goes to the center and starts floating toward you, things can get kind of awkward if she does certain attack patterns while she's floating closer to you. So if you're far enough away that she has to float farther, it just makes it easier. It's kind of hard to explain why, but it's just very consistent to stand there. But yeah, that is 4%. Enjoy the credits. All right, well, that is it for this walkthrough. I hope you found it useful. And yeah, I'll see you guys later.